if there's anything, any other way, you know, for me to do it, that's just me not giving, like, my life away for these people. Like, I want that away. Like, he didn't want to die either. So, I mean, he did it, but it wasn't because, you know, it was like his entire faith was like, yes, my death is going to save them. It was like, he was still in the cross and saying, Father, like, if there's any other way, like,
So,
I would not want to
what
die.
personality type was Jesus?
So I thought it was ISFJ.
An ISFJ.
That's what I thought, but I
Alright.
don't know now that you said that, so now I have to think about it.
Anything's possible. That's what I say. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Saturday stream. It's your host, Street Urchin here. Have no idea what we're talking about, but today you'll be pleased to know that I have Lady V with me. She has healed from her surgery. Say hi, Ben.
Hello, everyone.
See? They only caught part of the Jesus conversation, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I apologize for rambling on that.
Let's see here. Let's get the chat box open. Wow, we already got a message. Navar Valor. Hello, Navar. What's Melissa's type? I would need to have a one-on-one session with her to really find that out for certain. But there is some possibilities with the video that I had made. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt and go with either ENFP or INFP. However, some things have come to light, and I'm starting to wonder if she is possibly a third preferenced extroverted intuitive. So maybe ESFJ or ESTJ, most likely ESTJ. I have encountered a few ESTJs in the community that wish to be ENTPs, and so that's also a possibility. Now it doesn't seem so crazy anymore. When Cal had told me that several, like, that was like 4 or 5 months ago. He's like, I think she might be an ESTJ. I'm like, really? Like, why would an ESTJ care about MBTI? But things are changing, so hard to say. Today's background game is Cyberpunk 2077, which I will be doing my best to play while answering your MBTI questions whenever they arise. Hopefully we'll have a fair number of people join today. I don't want to go through the front door. My goodness. There could be a side entrance. No, I can't squeeze through there. Because you said you got asked that every stream. I do get asked about Melissa Talks virtually every stream. Yes, that is true. It was when she had that bit of a meltdown. It certainly got her the attention she might have been looking for. I'm not certain. I'm sure this guy's not going to mind me just kind of hanging out in front of the door. Hello, friend. I need you to walk over there. Turn off that camera. Also, I hadn't played Cyberpunk in many months, and then I reinstall it yesterday, and the whole game is completely changed. In terms of the talents, anyway, I don't know if anyone's seen the new talent trees, but my goodness, this was different. And it seems like they got rid of the crafting perks as well, or at least I haven't been able to find them yet. But whole new game in terms of the special abilities. Yeah, might be worth a check. Oh, I have points to spend. Just go with that. Let's see. I'm too cool for school. Right, Ben?
I am coughing for some reason.
She's a awesome assistant.
I'm struggling to live. Tell us about a new discovery you've done on MBTI this week. What has surprised you?
A new discovery?
Yeah. Was there anything you discovered this week? You know, you sometimes have these moments where you're like, oh, I learned something new.
I discovered that there are a number of crazy people on Discord. I had found that out, but I mean that's not really news or some kind of discovery.
Yeah, well, what happened?
I had an ESFP pretend to be some other personality type, and then when I gave them the diagnosis of, because I was trying to explain to them where I was stuck at, and I was trying to go between ESFP and ISFP. They said, "Okay, I knew you were going to say that, and I disagree. Bye." And then they just immediately left. So okay.
Oh, that's different.
No, it's kind of different. It's definitely some weird people on the internet. But once again, that's not really news. Ven, do you know of a discovery I made that I just don't remember?
No, I honestly, I think that's the only one that came to mind. Probably. I cannot think of anything else right now.
Oh.
I think you already mentioned the introverted sensing one. So that works.
Introverted sensors getting into MBTI. Supposedly we have someone that joined the Discord that typed themselves as an ISTJ, and I'm like, that's really weird. So we'll see. We'll see how that unfolds later. Anyways, Navarre says, which introvert and extrovert type do you think that least likes to go out in public? If we're talking about in terms of the general public, so like walking outside and being approached by random people or having to talk with random people, I find that INFPs oftentimes don't go outside all that much. They like to stick to people they know. When I was much, much younger, I certainly enjoyed going outside. But as people kind of fell into these categories, even before I understood what MBTI was, people would fall into these very simplistic categories, and I would only be, if I was attracted to them in some way, then I would give them the time of day. But if I wasn't, then I didn't find much of an interest in people anymore. So I didn't really care to go outside all that much myself as I slipped into old age. And also going outside is expensive, but I would say that it's very circumstantial as to which introvert and extrovert type is least likely to go out in public. Very circumstantial. ISTJs, I noticed, don't often care to go outside really all that much, even if they were born into a culture where it's all about community and get-togethers, barbecues, etc. They don't care as much to go do it. They just know that they have to go do it. Let's see. Bone says, I for sure perceive the functions in real life, but don't agree too much on the rigid function positions in each type. Do you think they're that definite? Let's see. Don't agree too much on the rigid function positions. Well, the idea of the theory is that it gives you a general understanding of in what order someone preferences a cognitive function, but we don't use all the cognitive functions for literally every situation. So depending on how you catch that person, you may see them trying to flex a certain function because the situation calls for it. But they do have, of course, their preferences. But whether or not I think that in terms of preference, that does work, and the theory is sound. That's my understanding of MBTI over the past 10 years. It does work in real life. It's just if you're encountering someone who has a specific function preference, but they're constantly in situations that don't call for their general preferences. I mean, first of all, you're going to find that they'll be kind of miserable and depressed. But secondly, you won't notice as much of their preferred preferences as you would assume, given their cognitive function stack. And then what was I talking about before that?
We were talking about the introverts, extroverts.
Introverts and extroverts.
I go out.
I've been talking about that a lot lately. Like, I'll just make sure to say it one more time. Just because someone has an I or an E in the front of their 4-letter acronym does not mean that they are hyper extroverted or hyper introverted. Most human beings are about 50-50. And so if you encounter somebody with a I in the beginning of their 4-letter code out in public, or you're just having casual conversation, then you're most likely to see their second function over, which would then be their extroverted function. Let's see. Just to make sure everyone remembers that. Oh. Let me just hide.
Why are you hiding?
Oh, because the guy spotted me. I figured this was more or less a no combat zone and everything would be okay.
Oh yeah, I can't see that.
Right, I need to stream this so that you can see it in real time.
It's fine.
It's too late. It's already done. There. Now you can see what I'm doing. I really do like Cyberpunk. I love modern day setting action RPGs. Those are definitely my favorite. Got spotted. Wait, what am I doing? Search the casino office. This looks like a casino office. Apparently I haven't found what I'm looking for. Mega medicine lottery. Alright, then I need a question to answer. Help me to help you.
Which types do you think adapted the best at remote work? Like, what do you think were like the challenges and advantages of all that after COVID hit?
I think most personalities could have benefited from remote work, staying at home on your computer, laptop, whatever, and then doing work. There are some types that might have been driven a little crazy over that.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, you've heard cases of bad things happening to people that were essentially stuck in their house. There's a great number of extroverted sensors that were not accustomed to that lifestyle, and they were impacted the hardest. However, it seemed like many other personalities seemed just fine. So, in the news, when I would see these ones having freakouts, it seemed like there was a lot of ESFPs, for example, having meltdowns about not being able to go outside.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue at all. I was actually very excited.
Yeah, I figure there was a lot of personalities that were like, oh, great, I don't have to go into work and deal with these jerks all day.
Yeah,
So,
and it was also the commute.
and no commute, save some money on gas, put less wear and tear on your car for however long. There was probably some benefits, to doing so. It's just that there were some personalities that really needed to talk to people, and they may have gone a little, stir crazy
Mm-hmm.
over being at home. But I figure most of them would have been all right.
Um, we have a lot of people that join because they want to better themselves. They want to like understand themselves better. Do you think that understanding your MBTI type could help you develop like a better mental health awareness or practice?
Well, I think that if you're happy with your life and how things are going, then you just keep doing what you're doing, and therefore you won't need, knowing your personality type wouldn't necessarily be important because you're obviously doing some, things that are natural for you that make you happy. So, but if you're in a bad place in your life, if you're just unsatisfied with your career choices, you're unsatisfied with your relationships, and you want to have look at it from a different perspective to understand why, that's where MBTI could be helpful. So if you are let's say you're an INFP, but you're doing some tedious, repetitive manual labor over and over and over again, and you're not allowed to be creative or get to know people and be essentially therapeutic for others, you're not going to be particularly happy. And then there's some very obvious reasons at that point as to why you're not happy. I upset them.
I can see that.
Oh, the camera caught me. That'll do it.
What do you enjoy the most about this game?
Well, it's an action RPG. That is my favorite genre. Absolutely. So games where you have to do a lot of the motions yourselves, but you get to change your stats, you get to change your talents, abilities, the kinds of equipment that you're using. I get to make all the decisions, and I'm a fan. So yes, the whole leveling up and getting new skills and abilities, different ways to play the games, yeah. Hard to pass up. It's my thing. What video games are your thing?
I find mobile games easier just because I can let them go at any moment and I can play them at any moment. The reason why is because when I moved to the US, right, for some reason the first thing that I did was start playing video games, which I've never done because I didn't have a way to do them in Mexico. But the moment I moved to the US, I downloaded a video game, and it was the Games of Thrones. Because I was watching Games of Thrones when the video game came up.
No.
So I decided to join the game, and then I met some pretty cool people there. And then we moved into another game, which was Lineage 3.
Lineage, I've heard of that.
Yes, and then I spent a long time in that because it was a very community-based games and like with the clans. So you got to meet a lot of people, you got to play with a lot of people. The only bad thing is that you have to organize all those people and kind of like be the little mama hen and solve all the conflicts that arise. And since I was like a clan leader, I was in charge of making sure everybody was happy and taken care of. And someone had an issue with Pepe because Pepe said a word that maybe he didn't like, and then I had to kind of be the HR person. So that
doesn't
was
seem
what
worth it.
I had so much fun playing that game that I would stay up all night because I was a healer and there weren't many healers. I
Mm-hmm.
would stay up all night making sure that my clan, especially like the ones that were lower level would level up. Like I would spend all night just in their party, making sure they were healed. If somebody came in, like I would um, make sure that nobody killed them. So I would kill the person that was trying to attack us. And I literally stayed up all night, all day. I was all day just helping my team, so helping my clan succeed. Like that's all I cared about.
Well, that's sweet
So,
of you.
hey, don't ruin my reputation.
You're just a natural born sweetheart. And no
No,
one can
no.
ever take that away from you.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because you're back. And that's how I'm
Oh.
celebrating, by poking fun at your obviously kind nature that you try to hide from other people. You see?
Oh, okay. I don't. No, we're not gonna get into that. You're delusional. That's how we're gonna do it.
Got it. Alright, well, the stealth thing didn't quite work out, but civilians are alive. So that's a positive.
Mm-hmm. We were talking about this the other day, but which types do you have you seen that have done like a career change, or in recent years, or that they're shifting to something different?
You're talking about careers?
Yeah.
You mean like modern day times and
Mm-hmm.
certain personality types deciding to go into different kinds of careers? Okay.
Yeah.
So I've known there was a number of extroverted sensing users, in particular ISTPs and ESTPs, that were jumping into technological fields like cybersecurity, for example. And these guys are young. They they're 18, 19, 20, 21, getting into those fields, doing that. But of course, that's not all of them. There's just an influx of certain personality types that believed it to be practical to just get into these, as an ISFP friend of mine would call them, butt jobs. Well, it's a butt job where you sit down, don't do a whole lot of moving, not a lot of manual labor, but instead you do something on a keyboard. Is like that's most of the manual labor you'll be doing is keyboard work, and then collect 50, 65,000 a year, working remote in some cases. So there's been some of that. But I haven't noticed too many weird things in regards to that. Do you think there are any common misconceptions about extroverted sensing users? No. Most of the MBTI community is concerned with themselves being some sort of an N type. That's been my experience over the past 10 years, is that virtually everyone that gets into MBTI wants to find out that they're either a preferenced introverted or extroverted intuitive, so they don't really talk much about extroverted sensing, which is a little bit strange. How does introverted intuition and extroverted feeling manifest, as opposed to introverted intuition and extroverted thinking? Well, introverted intuition, as we know, is plans, goals, ambitions, what ideas work for me, what ideas are good for me, kind of person. Excuse me. Charred, burnt vape coil entered my lungs. Very unpleasant. Oof. Anyway, so plans for oneself, plans, goals, ambitions, what ideas are good for me, kind of a thing. That's how it manifests. In the case of extroverted feeling, is that they want to oftentimes, especially when they're young, they have these plans with the idea of, well, if I shoot super high, if I shoot for these great careers and I want to maybe making 100K or more a year, imagine how much good I can do for the people that rely on me. If I decide to have children in the future, they can rely on me. If I choose to have a a wife or a husband in the future, then they'll be able to rely on me. And so that's oftentimes the thought that they have. Unfortunately, though, for those types, it's often the introverted intuition kind of goes overboard, and then they forget why they're doing what it is that they're doing. As for introverted intuition and extroverted thinking, well, extroverted thinking is congruency of logic in the world around you. And so, logically speaking, the best thing for in terms of the best ideas for you is to get into careers that make a lot of money. And so they're oftentimes very concerned with getting a hold of money, having money, being successful at whatever it is that they're doing. So that's oftentimes the main driving force, which causes them to miss out on doing fun things or interacting with other people. So, for example, we had typed an INTJ not too long ago, and this young man was about to start college and had 2 jobs, or was already in college or doing some like junior college stuff just for the to reduce the prices of college as a whole. And that's what it means to have this stronger preference for extroverted thinking, is that you want to get these things done. Now, there's in some of the INTJs that I had known or talked to, they, as soon as they turned 18, they went and did the military, just because of the future benefits that would come from that. Point is that with introverted into with your ENFJs and INFJs, they have more of a preference for people being cooperative, not necessarily agreeable, but the caring for the well-being of those that they believe they are obligated to maybe be paying attention to or taking care of. Whereas with INTJs and ENTJs, unless they have someone that they're close to and that they love, they're going to be far more interested in just that objective success and don't really care who gets in their way. Nothing's really going to be stopping them from getting it done. There it is. Let's see. How does extroverted intuition manifest in ESTJs and ISFJs? So in usually when people ask, it's like ESTJs and ISTJs or ESFJs and ISFJs. But in ESTJs, this is not to throw any shade at the ESTJs that might be which by the way, if there are ESTJs watching, they don't know they're ESTJs. They think they're something else. It usually, I've seen it manifest as essentially the theft of the ideas of others. Sometimes it's theft with malicious intent. It's just to straight up steal, take credit for ideas. You see that a lot in the workplace when you've got your ESTJ managers. You come up with an idea, your group comes up with an idea, someone comes up with an idea. And then when the idea is put into action and it's very successful, the ESTJ manager will be the one at the podium taking the credit for it. They'll be the one at the meeting saying, yes, I decided to implement this idea. I'm the one that set it in motion. And don't need to name names. They'll just say, yeah, but if it wasn't me, it was a group effort, and we all came together. And then that's when the ESTJ gets the rewards, the accolades. They get the pay bump. They get the bonus at the end of the year. In other cases, ESTJs will, if they find a particular interest in it, they can find the writings of other people, take their ideas, then espouse them as things that they believe in. That's point being that's oftentimes how it is observed. Some ESTJs, when talking about certain typologies, they'll just straight rip off what they've read without even mentioning that they read it from some place that someone wrote. They read it from some book that some guy wrote 80, 90 years ago. They're not going to care. ISFJs, the extroverted intuition doesn't really manifest in any kinds of positive ways. If you do see it when they're stressed out, they're concerned that there's too many possibilities. And then they tend to even double down even harder on the routines of things, the traditions of things. And so in most cases, though, if you were to talk with an ISFJ, they'll listen to you talk about your crazy abstract ideas, but it's going to be that very polite, I'm just here to listen to you because I don't want to seem rude kind of behavior. Otherwise, they don't really care about extroverted, intuitive related topics.
My ISFJ friend has this weird fascination with something I can't really mention, but it's use your imagination, people. It's a midget stuff. For some reason,
What?
she is midget stuff. She's very into wanting to know how they do it. Like, what's it like for them? That's the only weird thing she talks about, really.
Okay, so she's just concerned with the logistics of how it gets done. Got it.
Yeah. She's like, how is it possible? And then she'll send me like videos to analyze with her. I'm like, why are we doing this?
Why are you doing that?
I don't know. She's very fascinated with it.
Well, good for her. Let's see. Where are all my E9s at? Oh. Oh, I messed this one up. No big deal. Let's see. Would you say transport/logistics as a good career for an ISTP? I think that that's fine. An ISTP would be looking for work that is hands-on, something that requires some personal manual labor skill, generally speaking. Even the ISTP that I had talked to recently that was going to school for cyber security, his like when he wasn't doing that work, he was doing mechanical tinkering with like drones or his car. I think he had like a Jeep or something. So in terms of if they were the one doing the transporting, then I do know an ISTP who is a professional truck driver. Has been one for the past, I think, like 2 or 3 years, and he seems okay with it. He's like, yeah, the work's easy. It's something that I can do pretty well. No accidents, and I make a fair amount of money. So I'd say that's totally plausible. How does introverted thinking manifest in INTJs? Not as often. It's not the main mode of decision making for an INTJ. They're, as a matter of fact, having known an INTJ for 35 years, it would seem that, especially when it's something that is kind of it's a whatever thing, it's like a pastime or a hobby, they'll go with what their gut tells them rather than try to logic it out. If they don't already have pre-established knowledge of how to get this thing done, they'll just go with their gut feeling as to what the correct course of action is. They just don't prefer to use it. They get frustrated if they have to spend too much time thinking on a subject because they do believe it's a waste of time. There's probably already an answer for this problem or there's already a solution that's been created, and I need to go find out what that is. But I'm not going to sit here and waste an exorbitant amount of time trying to rationalize this and to figure this thing out. I would rather find the answer someplace. And so often when they're met with that issue, they'll go with a gut feeling. They'll trust that subconscious train of thought. And of course, as one can imagine, it's not always successful. Is there anything in MBTI you disagree with? In terms of actual MBTI, like the stuff you read on the Myers-Briggs.org website? No. Not to my knowledge. And of course, I think it was last stream that we read some stuff on the website. very clear information, and of course it was congruent with my findings in MBTI. Any disagreements I do have about MBTI usually comes from this kind of fan fiction created by the community. For example, INFJs can see the future, or INFJs can just walk into a crowded restaurant and know exactly how everyone's feeling at that exact moment. That's obviously magic, and so we don't buy into that. So if I do have any issues with MBTI, it comes from the community, not the actual website or the foundation itself. At least not yet. If you find something, from the website or from some other source of theirs that might not make sense, you can come, of course, ask me about it, and I'll tell you whether or not I agree. But I don't think so. Ven, do you have anything you disagree with about MBTI, or is it just community based?
I think it's just community based, like the stuff that they come up with. Like last night, someone was telling me that I had to be SIT because I was telling them what is the point of having so many personality theories if every single time you tell them, well, why don't you explain it to me what you think the function is, they'll try to use another personality theory that's not the one that we're discussing. So we were discussing MBTI, then they wanted to bring up OPS and socionics, and I'm like, well, what's the point of having these theories? They're supposed to be functioning on their own accurately, and you're supposed to be able to see them in people, right? That's the purpose of them. You want to be able to recognize them in the real world. So they said that was a very SIT statement, that now it made sense that I was definitely had to be an ISTJ or an ESTJ. I was like, no, I just want accuracy. And they're like, well, we have to go back to Jung's theory. And then I said, well, if we have to go back to Jung's theory, what's the purpose of all of these personality theories? Like, let's just agree that we can all just use Jung instead of trying to make new ones every time. What's the purpose? So
typically, when you come across strong preference to extroverted thinking, they need to go back to the writings of someone else. They need to quote something and go back to what they had said. They're not able to, they're not understanding what it is they're preaching, and they just know what someone else had said, because of course they don't spend enough time trying to understand it themselves. Extroverted thinkers are, if you ever have an argument with one and they're losing the argument, that's when they start going to appeals to authority, or as they like to say, ad hominem attacks. When they start running out of people to quote on things, when you start asking them the personal questions, well, can you please explain this to me in your own words? They're like, no, I can't do that. So I'm instead going to just appeal to the authority.
Yeah, that's what they told me I was doing by saying that what's the purpose of these? They're like, well, you're losing an argument, so now you're saying this. And then they started tagging each other like, oh my god, see, we were right, she's T. I was like, okay, this is my time to exit out of this conversation.
Don't know if it would be worth it. Where are you going to have these conversations?
In the Adele server. Adele was the one telling me that he typed lamb sauce to bring lamb sauce in. I was like, do you need his validation here? So, yeah.
It's a very strange thing that's going on there.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure you have TI. Why can't you explain to me why you think what you think?
It would be nice to hear. Let's see. Is being analytical of personal feelings introverted thinking or introverted feeling? It depends on whether or not you're going at it objectively or you're going at it subjectively. One or the other. So objectively, of course, is using some form of logic with some form of thinking, whether extroverted or introverted. And then subjective is going with your own personal feelings. But I like to say that, for example, ENFPs and INFPs tend to want to be analytical about their own feelings, and so they may flex other functions to try and get a more objective answer about why they feel how they feel, or why someone else feels how they feel. And do you think being in university or school messes with how people tend to type themselves? I think there are a great many number of factors that can cause someone to not view their behaviors in an unbiased, objective manner. Nowadays, I've been hearing that, and of course watching it on YouTube, that universities and schools are teaching this more how you feel is right kind of behavior, and so as long as you feel that it's right, then you get the 2 thumbs up, and you're good to go. That's so it could potentially mess with how people type themselves. When it comes to any kind of typology, except for maybe astrology, because at least with astrology, there's essentially an objective measurement to determine what type you are. In astrology, you just find out when you were born, and then here's the sign that's associated with it. But for all the other typologies that require you to have a aggregate, unbiased understanding of your overall overarching behavior, yeah, there's going to be a lot of problems. I've noticed that there were some ISFPs that I've known that would take the test. They would take an online MBTI test once a month, and they would get a different result every time. Do you not see that there's a problem there when you are, once a month you take the test, and even though it's the exact same test with the exact same questions, you keep getting different results? That means you do not know your overall aggregate behavior. You are simply answering these questions based on how you feel that day. That's not going to help you. And so it's difficult for a lot of people to be objective about their behavior. And of course, especially in the MBTI communities, if someone believes themselves to be a certain type, good luck trying to change that perception, because most people that get into typologies, they're not interested in knowing about themselves and how to better themselves. What they're interested in is being a special, unique character, and trying to show that off to other people. Want the validation, they want to feel special. Can an INFP be a psychopath? No. No. A psychopath, by definition, is someone who doesn't experience emotions. So, your personal beliefs, expressions, opinions, those come from a place of feeling. So, no, you're not going to find an INFP that doesn't have feelings. That's kind of defeats the purpose there. I've always suspected that, for one, I call the ENTJ the psychopath personality. That's the one that I stick to. I like to tell people not all psychopaths are ENTJs, but all ENTJs are psychopaths.
Mm-hmm.
But as for the INFP thing, well, no. Let's see, what else we got?
In every test that I've ever done, ENTP. So now when an ENFP tells me that they're an ENFP and that they've got an ENFP in their test, I question that. Because I think it's very hard for a test to capture what an ENFP behaves like. Like, it's not going to be easy, because even though we use FI, we don't exactly use it in a way that's it like colors every decision that we're making, because at the end of the day, however we make a decision is based on whatever we think other people are going to, it's going to be the best for them. So we're always analyzing it through FI, because we're trying to make a decision that we believe is the best for someone else. But, we're not seeing it as, oh, we're doing this for a personal feeling. We're seeing it as we're analyzing every decision that we're making, because we can see so many different possibilities, and we want the best option for the person that we love. So I think it's very hard to capture that in a test.
Yeah. And it sounds very sweet of you.
I am... I am gonna stop talking. If you're gonna say sweet every single time. I'm trying to be open and honest today. You're messing this up.
I do that a lot. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, I also imagine that for ENFPs, they experience all of the potential negatives that can come from a decision being made, and they'd like to avoid those negative decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And they would like to. Who dat?
Cookie dough.
Cookie Dough's here on stream today. Say hi, Cookie Dough.
Oh, hi.
Cookie Dough, do you think INFPs can be psychopaths?
Yes.
And tell me why.
Hmm. You mean like being an actual psychopath or just...
Yes, not experiencing emotions.
Oh. I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all the evidence I needed. Just needed Cookie Dough to tell us, and there we go.
If Cookie says it, it must be true.
Absolutely.
Yes. Everything I say is true.
Yep. Let's see, and then Moon Globe says, that's why I came to you, urgent online tests giving consistently different results, and none seem to fit. That'll happen. Online tests are bad, and I keep telling people why they're bad. And just, I'm sick of repeating myself, so I just say they're bad. Don't trust them. Instead, go to Myers-Briggs.org, look at the 8 cognitive functions, find the extremes of these function uses so that you can get a perspective on how they behave, and then you'll be on the right track to figuring it out for yourself. Is this not... No, that is not the box I'm looking for. If you've met any ENFJs, how were they like? I've met in person, the one that I can confirm. It was just the one, and I had never met a person who knew exactly what to say to me to get what they wanted out of me. They, the hand gestures, body language, the actual words, the inflection, they knew how to get stuff out of me. And so I had never met a person quite like that since, so how was it? It was generally pleasant. But always be wary of an introverted intuitive preference person because they have their own plans and they don't necessarily need you to be aware of those plans. Thank you for the unicorn picture, Cookie Dough.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, there's an assault in progress. What?
Okay.
And as I mentioned, today is Cyberpunk Day. Ah! It attacked me. I need to remove this thing. No. Much better. Ooh, no.
I'm back on my 30 word limit.
How are you?
Yes. Unfortunately.
That's okay. I'll just take your words and add them to my pool.
Well, that's an honor.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Remember, Cookie Dough, we don't stroke his ego.
I mean, that's an insult.
There you go. We have to
I'm
do it
not,
very.
I'm not stroking his ego. I'm just saying what I think.
See, she's just saying what she thinks.
And she's just too good.
Am I?
You're
Yes.
a good girl, cookie dough for certain. That was unfortunate. Haha. Aw.
Choop choop.
Cookie dough, do you have questions today?
About MBTI?
If possible, MBTI related questions.
I have questions. Let's see. Where do you think people that believe themselves to be extroverted, intuitive DOMs, they like to argue with someone that is actually an extroverted, intuitive DOM about how extroverted, intuitive actually functions? And what I mean by this is, like, for example, if I say to someone, well, I am an any DOM, and they'll be like, well, that's not possible because, you know, the statements that you're making are, you know, you're not leaving room for possibility. So you cannot be an any DOM because you're trying to, you know, be so good and just like have a statement of what you believe. So it's impossible for you to be any. So the way that they expect any to manifest is almost as if every single moment of every day we're gonna be telling them, well, no, that's not possible because this and this and this and this, when most of the time in my head I already did all those calculations, and if I ended up with a conclusion, most of the time a lot of my, you know, thoughts would end up in like the chopping block, maybe in a couple of seconds, and then the ideas that actually do make it, you know, I have reason as to why I believe they will not work. So why do they think that we're just spewing things randomly when we're talking?
Well, I came up with an idea regarding why it is that those, you know, like let's take ESTJs for example, where they're getting this idea that they have lead extroverted intuition. Well, I won't even say that. What I'll say is that it seems very likely to me that someone when you have introverted sensing as a preference, whether it's in the first or second position, you are part of a group of people that make up, in my belief, at the very least 50% of the United States population. I think in terms of the official Myers-Briggs frequency charts, it's like 47% of the population. But if you are someone that has that preference, then you are most likely someone that has surrounded themselves with other people of that same preference. And so you may get this impression that because you have some abstract ideas, or you like to live in the abstract, you know, for a few hours a day kind of thing, you know, just coming up with random possibilities, thinking about things that aren't benefiting your life, just, you know, you spend a few hours just doing other things, and you're surrounded by people who absolutely don't do that at all, you get the impression that you must be a lead extroverted intuitive because you're this much different than the average person. But without having that perspective of actually meeting someone that has had extroverted intuition consume their life, you're never going to come to that conclusion that you are not a lead extroverted intuitive. And here's the thing, is that these people, once they've reached that conclusion, so if, like, let's take an ESTJ for example, they have they do, as they get older, they do have a preference for introverted feeling. It's there, it bugs them, they know it's important, they just do their best to ignore it, and that is going to come out once in a while, and they're going to be like, no, I feel like I am this type because I'm so much different than the other, ISTJs and ISFJs I'm surrounded by. So I'm so much different than them, therefore I must be this personality type. And it's like, well, unfortunately, without that perspective of meeting enough people to where you can, see imagine seeing an extroverted intuition that was even more preference than how much you use it. Until you reach that point, you're not going to believe that you're anything other than, an ENTP or maybe an ENFP.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's one idea that I had for why certain introverted sensing preference people believe they are a dominant, either extroverted intuitive or perhaps introverted intuitive. Which, of course, I've explained it numerous times, what it looks like to have a lead preference for extroverted intuition. It messes with your life in very awful ways that, aren't easily recoverable from.
Mm-hmm.
So, very crippling. Like there was that, the one ESTJ. Dude had a normal life, normal childhood, normal school, went to college, graduated, got into a job that his parents were into, and then went on to tell people that he's an ENTP. Like, you just described a whole lot of introverted sensing, and that was apparently the meat of your life so far. So it's, how I at some point you just have to believe that you are that personality type, because otherwise you couldn't have thought that rationally. You couldn't have come to that conclusion in any rational sense. You would have to just believe it for one reason or another. Faith. How do you think having an IXFP mother would be like? So, well, they're definitely going to be concerned about personal feelings, their personal feelings. That's job one. They are concerned with, so in the case of like an ISFP, they will want to project what would make them happy onto their kids. Now, generally speaking, in terms of genetics, that's most likely going to work, let's say 8 times out of 10. That genetically your children should be similar enough to you in personality that you can essentially do the things for them that you would enjoy, and they'll most likely enjoy it. And then, of course, you've got your mutations. Some of the kids are going to be a little different. And so they may not appreciate it as much, but introverted ISFPs tend to want to make everyone happy, and it's usually through trying to be relatable to them and talk with them about feelings related stuff. Make people happy. That's another thing that they enjoy doing. An INFP mother, I imagine, would be much of the same, except that the INFP mother is going to be weird. Going to be a little weird. Not going to be your stereotypical mom. Going to be a little weird, want to do things differently just for the sake of doing them differently. Want to do this deep exploration into how her family feels. And want to talk with them. Well, what are these other ways that we can maybe raise your spirits or better your mood? What do we need to change about your life that's going to make you happy? They're going to take a much greater interest in the psychology of their children, which if the children are similar in personality, then that's not going to be so bad. However, if the INFP gives birth to an ENTP child, problems may arise, and that the mother might begin feeling like they're losing connection to their child because the ENTP is speaking at least halfway a different language.
I think it would be pretty much the same if the mom was an ISFP and it was an ENTP, ENFP child. The ENFP child, the ENTP child would be miserable. At least from my experience and from looks like at other users that might have an ISFP mom, life is not fun with them. Just because we're so different, and they say that they try to understand what you're going through, but most of the time they just can't. So it's a problem.
The INFP one couldn't be more accurate. Well, I do try to be accurate and relatable. I didn't have an INFP mother, but I'm just going off of what I understand about cognitive function use. And I've had 10 years of practice, so it's fairly easy to do. And I'm glad that Ven had brought that up earlier. If you can't explain how each function behaves in a vacuum, then you do not understand it well enough.
So I expect quick and clean results. You will be entering Tiger,
which is hilarious because
very high risk.
the Myers-Briggs website will explain each function in a vacuum. They have their definitions for them. This is how this function behaves. Now, oftentimes, we don't just use one function when we're handling a situation or making a decision. We'll try to use, depending on how much time we've got, we may end up using a great number of functions to come to a conclusion. And so we can't ever take that out of the equation. But, yes, Ven is finding out what it means to talk to the young people.
That is not fun.
Not as fun.
No.
I accidentally did a thing.
Cookie, I have a question for you, and you have time to answer it. You don't need to answer it right now, okay?
Okay.
What type do you think Jesus is? That's my thing of the day.
I don't know anything about his personality. What he was like, very peaceful? What else? He didn't like conflict, right? Or, I don't know.
Very conflict averse.
Yes. Well, you think about... Huh?
I'm assuming he had this inner vision for the future. I'm not sure. Did he?
Well, if he did have an inner vision of the future, it led him to his death on a cross. I don't know if that was his plan or not.
Yes, I mean, yes, that is correct. He didn't know what was going to happen, according to the but it wasn't because he had an inner vision, it was because he could talk to his father in prayer.
I don't know. I've read somewhere that people think he's an INFJ. It's possible.
See, I didn't think it was possible. That was my argument. I'm like, he has to be an ISFJ.
You think?
Yeah. But I was wondering what you thought, but...
Honestly, the way I was thinking was, okay, I've heard people say he's an INFJ, and then I tried to find reasons of why that could be true. I haven't really looked at other possibilities, so I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly.
That's a fair answer.
I need to do some research on that.
Okay, well, let me know what you find. I want to know.
Sure.
I want to know, like, if my thought process is delusional. So I want to
delusional.
Bible again. And I've studied this for a long time, so I need to go and read it again. Yes.
Delulu. May I ask something, Urchin?
You may.
How would an INFP mother learn the language of her ENTP child? How could she learn?
Years of practice? Years of practice getting into the mindset of a child who views life as a game. And I mean that in a lot of a sense of that phrase, in that games don't oftentimes have Yeah, you're playing Monopoly, you're playing Pictionary, or Shoots and Ladders, you're playing a game. They don't have long-lasting consequences. It's just a game. You play the game for 30 minutes and then you put the game away. Nothing else about life changes. That's oftentimes how an ENTP child views the world in general. That they're not going to consider a lot of the consequences for the things that they do. They just do them to do them. And so you're trying to get into the mindset of a child that acts that way. Doesn't care about people's feelings, especially if they're, between the ages of 1 and 15. They're not going to necessarily care about other people's feelings. If anything, they just want to know how to control people. That's about as far as their interest in feelings goes. They want to know how to control those feelings that other people experience.
Interesting.
So it would just take time.
See, the reason why I would like to have a child is because in my crazy female ENFP delusion, I believe that I could do it better than everyone else. So my understanding of humans has led me to believe that I can understand anybody, no matter if I don't like them, pretty well. So I don't have to like a person to know where they're coming from. And I thought that if I had a child, I could do it way better than my mother ever did. And I was trying to prove that it wasn't that hard.
Well,
so it was more of a kind of a test experience for me to see if I was right or wrong, and I could do it. So I know it's...
do it.
What?
But I think I can understand the child better. I would understand what they're going through. I would not agree with their decision making, but at least I would understand it, which I think maybe can go a long way. I know it sounds delusional.
Well,
I don't think it sounds delusional.
who am I to judge on anything? Is Satan an ENTP? No, coincidentally, I have been called the devil 5 different times from 5 completely different people in different parts of the country. So that is a coincidence. I'm certain, and coincidence only.
I don't think Satan would be an ENTP because he's so focused, according to scriptures again. If it wasn't ENTP, he would have already been bored with everything. He's not about to go around trying to, turn people into his demons or into trying to get them to go to hell. In the Bible, he's personally going out to do these chores. And an ENTP would just have everybody else. If they truly needed souls, they would just have everybody else do it for them. They wouldn't need to do it. They seem like they actually enjoy seeing his plan be successful. So I would assume that if he truly enjoys that, if his plan succeeds or not, he has to be maybe an INTJ because he's just enjoying it that much.
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know enough about the Satan character to make an assertion. I just have what it sounds like to me almost is INTJ, maybe ENTJ, in terms of wanting to take over heaven or something. That's the story, right? He wants to take over.
Yeah, so in terms of he wanted things to change into what he believed was the right way of doing things, sounds very innate.
There's some strong introverted intuition.
I don't believe Satan deserves an MBTI type.
Oh.
Okay.
Then there's that. Sorry, Bone. Weren't able to give a better I would have to read a lot of scripture on
You're
Satan.
too stupid to be an INTJ or an
Too
ENTJ.
stupid. Goodness.
Cookie dough has spoken.
Cookie dough has spoken.
Bone. What kind of bone are you? Are you a collarbone? Leg bone? What are you?
Reminds me of this one dive
Yes, Bone, please tell us.
I'm drinking strawberry tea out of a Tiana cup. Princess Tiana.
No.
Tough fucking joint. One wrong word, one sideways.
That is certainly cute.
She's a sweetheart.
She sure is.
Goodness.
Ultra multi-dimensional bone. Well, that's cool.
That sounds pretty rad. If you ask me. Oh, goodness. Oh, because there was a guy attacking me from behind. Ben, why didn't you tell me someone was attacking me?
I was not paying attention. I'm sorry.
That makes sense.
I can't be your eyes and ears all day, you know?
You could, well, not with that attitude. I think Satan is presented as an ENTP in a lot of media since it's funnier. Yeah, it is a great deal more humorous when you have an ENTP as the devil. What was that? The guys who played Lucifer in Supernatural. That guy did a seemingly very ENTP portrayal of Satan.
Yes, he did. Which made it like attractive to watch, you know?
Sure. I'll take your word for it.
Everybody was so attracted to him because of the way he behaved. It was very quirky.
Very. Have you ever seen an NT mistype themselves as FSF since it's usually the opposite? No, I have never seen that. Never, ever, ever.
You know, I was just in a voice chat somewhere on Discord. I'm not gonna say the name, but and supposedly there were 3 ENTJs, and I was like, that's.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was in a different voice chat, and there were like, I think 12 people, and there were 3 people who claimed to be ENTJs.
I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
Yes, I did. But after what you explained to me about ENTJs, I was also like, well, that's very unlikely.
It's very, very unlikely. Matter of fact, I would say that you had a better chance of winning the lottery than you did randomly meeting 3 ENTJs in the same Discord voice chat. You know, screwing around. You had a better chance of winning the lottery.
Well, why did I feel annoyed? Like, I actually felt frustration seeing that.
Oh, do you also get frustrated when people are knowingly lying to themselves in front of you?
I'm not sure.
Because I do.
Knowingly lying to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have an example?
For example, believing you're a personality type that you're absolutely not.
Oh, well... well, that specifically annoyed me, but I didn't know that's what you meant.
People
However, I am
themselves.
totally looking for ENFJs and ENTJs, so if you guys are one of those types, please let me know, because I'm looking for you guys.
We're on a hunt.
Yes, we are on a hunt in this channel to find at least one of each of those types because we need them for something special we're preparing.
Goodness.
So if you know an ENTJ or an ENFJ, just want to drag them here for something very simple, then just let them know. We'll give them a cookie or something. They're not going to be worth their time. That's going to be a lie, but...
Who's the worst liar detector type? Who's the worst type to detect lies? I'm not sure what the worst one would be. I'm trying to rationalize, come up with an objective measurement for it. I just know which ones are good at detecting lies. Which ones have a predisposition to detecting them, to noticing them?
Would an NI user be bad at detecting lies, maybe?
I think that they're missing some function preference that would assist them in detecting a lie. Introverted thinking, of course, is about congruency of thought, making sure that what's being said is accurate to the logic that they're applying. That introverted thinking is very helpful for determining a lie, but if you're missing some other functions, then it makes it more difficult. Ah. What else we got here? So yeah, I don't know which one the worst would be. Man, am I like not a high enough level for this area? Jeez. I think my character's gonna bleed out from fire damage. Awesome. More questions, Cookie Dough. Hmm?
Hmm?
Questions?
I'm thinking.
Ven, how about you?
Do you think the cognitive functions match people's learning styles? Like, would there be a way for like schools to be better or easier for any users, or you think we're just doomed from the start?
So if you have a preference for introverted sensing, the school system's kind of already made for you. So real quick, let me pull up the frequency charts here. Population, MBTI, bam. All right, it's all the way over there for some reason. Yes, friends, I have 3. Well, one of them's a 49-inch television, but 3 monitors. Anyhow, let's see. Bust out a handy-dandy calculator, and this is why schools typically aren't going to. You're not going to see change in the way that schools are structured. So let's take all of the preferenced introverted sensing types, and we're going to go ahead and include the types that have it in the 3rd position as well. So 11.6 for ISTJs, then 13.8 for ISFJ, and then I think they're at the bottom. ESTJs 8.7, ESFJs 12.3. Make sure my things are correct here. And then finally INFPs and INTPs. That's 8.3. So in total, according to this frequency chart from the Myers-Briggs website from way back in the day, 54.1% of the United States population should have the appropriate preference for doing well in school. And that's school is about repetition and following orders. That is something that introverted sensing is really big on. So not a whole lot. And then, of course, if we branch into that theory a little bit further and we include, let's say, the strong preference to extroverted sensors, and so they should have introverted sensing in the 5th or 6th position. So it's not going to be as simplistic for them. It's not going to be as natural for them, but it could still be applied with a fair degree of success. So let's take ISTPs, ISFPs, and where's the other ones? ESTPs and ESFPs, 4.3, 8.5, 81.1%, theoretically, of the children in the United States should be able to do fairly well. With a moderate degree of certainty, they'll be able to do well in the current school system, which, as I said, is about repetition and obedience. So why would they need to change this if, 4 out of 4/5 of the population is going to be able to work? If 81% of the children are going to be able to do generally well in the school system, why change it? And I just mean well enough, like, anything with like C's and higher, I think they've even lowered it down to D's, like D's are passing grades. So why would they need to change it? Could it be more helpful? Yeah, there's a number of, let's say, ISTPs and ESTPs that would probably prefer to get some general education out of the way and then immediately go into a trade of some kind. That's where they would be more comfortable in terms of career path. So why not just get into that? What do you think, Ben?
Are we going back to my question?
Well, your question was about
Learning styles.
learning styles. Well, I'm just saying that they're not. There's a reason that the learning is the way that it is.
No,
So
I understand.
there's some special needs kids, if that's what you're talking about. And that
No. So aren't you missing anti-users? Because I don't think anti-users are doing bad in school at all.
no, they typically aren't doing bad in school. They can adapt. They don't
Yeah.
care. They don't care how it is that they are succeeding. They just know exactly what they need to do to succeed. So you'll oftentimes, this was certainly in personal experience, with the INFJ that I had known personally for 6 years now. Studying, very important. Super bookwormy, nerdy, and then still, even with a massive amount of studying, that wasn't a guarantee that she was going to get all the questions right. But they know what they need to do to succeed. They have to work on a function that they certainly don't preference using, and that would be introverted sensing. And so they come up with all kinds of ways to try and remember those things. And of course, in some INTJs I've known, they'll straight up cheat. They don't. We're talking write stuff on the inside of a wrist, or put it on a piece of paper someplace, hide it somewhere close, and pull it out. I've seen all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I would cheat a lot in school because I was not going to remember some things.
They want to succeed. They know how to succeed, and they have the drive and willpower to make sure that it gets done, or at least to the best of their abilities. And obviously, not all not all preference introverted intuitives end up succeeding in the way that they wanted to succeed. And there's certainly roadblocks in life. Not all of them get there, but they certainly try.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay.
The
So,
schools.
Sorry, go ahead.
The schools are not set up for a lot of preferenced extroverted intuitive kids. It's not meant for them.
I agree.
Thank you, Cookie Dough.
So let's go back to the learning styles.
All right, what are the learning styles?
Visual, kinesthetic, auditory, and read and write.
Okay, so visual would be seeing someone else do it correctly and then learning from that. And then auditory would be listening to instructions on how to do it correctly, whatever that thing is. Now, kinesthetics, you mean doing it themselves?
Basically, how kinesthetic goes is that it's like a role playing kind of learning. So you'll learn by doing it, like having a physicality involved into the learning experience, which is what I believed was easier for me because it wasn't boring, and I would remember it because I had already done it. So if I had to read, I would give up because I was not about to read some boring text. If it was visual, I mean, I would remember it, but most of the time I wasn't even looking at the board because I was distracted with something else, so it didn't really help. And if listening, I would tune someone out. So I would say for any user, kinesthetic might be the way to go because you actually have to go through the motions of doing it. And because you're kind of forced to do it, you're going to maybe remember it a little bit better.
Okay.
So I would say that a NI user can be read and write because they have to force themselves to do more and to actually write stuff down to, be able to remember them. And SE user would probably function well with either visual, kinesthetic, because they can, if it's an ISTP and they can rationalize it in their head, they have the thought and they're focused on it, they should be able to do well with that. And an SI user can do it with listening without any issues. They should be able to do any of the four without any issues. So that's where I was going with. Like, what do you think would be, with the learning styles, the main cognitive functions FE, and ENI would fall into? Like, would be better for them to learn?
You said FE and NI?
SE, SI, NI, and E.
Well, it would seem to me that introverted sensors, so long as they have it displayed in some form or fashion, that they're going to be able to handle it. Now, of course, extroverted thinkers typically like charts, graphs. They like to see things in writing, things that they can pore over and reread over and over again. I would think that a number of extroverted feelers might be more engaged in that role play aspect where they're trying to act out a social situation to learn in that regard. Extroverted intuitives, on the other hand, it would seem to me that you're really just kind of screwed on that one. You would have to be learning about something that actually interests you, and then you'll learn it.
Yes.
And that's where you're going to run into problems. They don't want to. Education is about doing your best to teach kids how to survive in a world outside of school, outside of the protection of their parents. That's real world stuff. You're talking to the wrong kind of person who's to be interested in that sort of a thing. They are far interested in things that are abstract, and they can't hardly focus on real life stuff.
That's why I think kinesthetic would work the best, just because even if I go through my experience when I was in med school, I did not like the classes. I would fall asleep in all of my classes. It was a horrible experience. Now, if I was doing it in practice, like actually when I was working at the hospital, I loved doing that. Like I excelled at it. Like I would be all the time with my patients. I would be like assisting in surgeries. Like I would actually be wanting to do it, and it was fun for me because there were different things. It wasn't just of someone telling me what to do, but that was written in a book. Like I was actually doing it, and it was fun. So, and it had like the human element to it. Like it's not. I met new people every time, so I got to try to figure out a new person, which was interesting to me. So it wasn't just about, I had to work and I was learning. Oh wow, that was aggressive.
What's an ideal school for a extroverted, intuitive, dominant person? The ideal school? Certainly a school where there was a lot of different subjects in which they could stay mentally stimulated. Certainly. So let's say you had all the basic stuff, like reading, writing, math, maybe a little bit of history, but then a whole lot of other more abstract topics that were sprinkled in between throughout the day, always switching between one thing or another. That might make it more fun for them. But whether or not they would get an education that was what people would consider to be adequate, that's another story altogether. It's just difficult to get an extroverted, intuitive preference person to get that work done because it's so uninteresting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes,
It's
yes.
something they have to overcome in their life. They'll do their best. But I'm sure there's some private schools out there that are more able to facilitate the needs of a child like that.
Oh,
Just gotta
no.
hope that your parents are wealthy enough to pull that off.
I hated private schools.
Oh, did you?
Oh yes, they were horrible. They expect more out of you because they have a reputation to maintain, and the classes are harder. There's more focus on class, and in a public school, you kind of get to do whatever you want, go to class whenever you want, because like no one's really paying that much attention to you.
That's fair.
So you have more freedom. And private schools were torture for me.
Goodness.
I was in the best private school in Tijuana because my father, my stepdad, worked at that school.
Oh.
So I was able to get into it, and I had to get out. I didn't last like 2 months in the school. That's how bad.
That sounds unpleasant
Yes.
for you. I didn't get to go to a private school, I'm afraid.
I went to a couple. I didn't like him.
Wow.
Is school necessary?
Necessary for what, exactly?
Like,
Is it necessary for learning how to walk a dog? Probably not. As an example. What an awful time to get a weapon glitch.
That's a good question, Bone.
Let's see, what did Bones say?
I have my answer for that, but I'll let Urchin answer first.
Let's see, think isolated groups of people living in many cities, each group sharing the same MBTI type. Pause this. Each group sharing the same MBTI type, which one would die off / turn into chaos the fastest? Well, it depends. You're talking about 16 cities, each of one specific personality type, or just like certain groups? like groupings. Let's say preferenced introverted sensing city, and then a preferenced introverted intuitive, then extroverted intuitive, extroverted sensing cities. What's he talking about?
He said of this sharing the same MBTI type, so that would be 16 cities.
16 different cities. Which one would fall into chaos the fastest?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an interesting thought experiment. Which one would fall first? I do wonder if an INFP city would go first. and not because they would be super feely or whatever and just attack one another out of sheer frustration. I was thinking more of, there's a lot of things that we do in society that a lot of INFPs would consider to be inhumane behavior. For example, we slaughter animals for food. And I've known a number of INFPs that are very averse to that. Now, I'm not saying all of them would be, but would you have enough INFPs that are willing to go out there and kill the animals to feed the rest of the INFPs? Because it wouldn't even be a matter of like compensation at that point, because an INFP would just do that for free. They just would enjoy the idea of being super helpful in a society. But are there enough INFPs? Also, we'd have to determine, how many males to females there were in the society as well. So there's a lot of factors involved there that I'd need some data on. Which ones would probably stand up and last the longest? Probably some introverted sensing city. I kind of want to go with ISFJs.
That's the one I went with.
ISFJ city seems like it would be the most stable for the longest period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I would infiltrate them.
Well, that's good.
I was thinking that any cities would probably go first.
Yeah, introverted sensing or introverted intuitive cities would be the first on the chopping block. It would be one of those.
Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop.
You wouldn't have the same problems that an INFP city would have, where they're worried about killing the animals and how that feels bad, etc. You would have many other problems. In an ENTP city, it's just a matter of time until someone blows it up. It's going to be like 5 ENTPs that all had this idea that this was going to be the next greatest thing for the civilization, then half the city gets nuked. And I'm like, okay, well, unfortunate, but...
Getting them to do anything, really, is the biggest problem.
Yeah. And then getting them to actually do stuff. I mean, some of them are going to view it like a new, exciting challenge. Oh, we got to try and make this ENTP city work. I hope there's a lot of condoms in the city to avoid things.
Yeah, but how long is that challenge excitement gonna last? 3-6 months down the line, oh, I forgot to go and...
I have no idea. I mean, they're going to have to invent internet in the city. As long as they've got internet and electricity, I think you can keep a lot of them under control.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, who is going to be manning these electricity things? It's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
Gonna work.
It's
like, they're going to forget.
It's going to be a problem.
I didn't want to go to work today. I was late, someone would do it. Yeah, who's that someone? Your SI person isn't there today.
But what if, like, in let's say the ENTP city, 2 ENTPs get a child, and the child is like an ISFJ. Does the child have to go? Because it's just an ENTP.
If them's the rules, then them's the rules. And you gotta do it, so.
Reminds me of, like, the Divergent movie. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Do you know, I'm reading a book about MBTI.
I've not seen that movie, so.
Well, no, when everybody was all crazy over the Hunger Games, I was all over Divergent, like the books, like book. Oh, you do? Okay, see, I wasn't the only one. Everybody was like so crazy with with Hunger Games, and I was like, these books are so boring. Like I remember the time when the book released for Allegiance, the last Divergent book. I was studying for my anatomy exam in university, and I left studying. I had the exam the next day, and I just punted the book. I failed the exam. Needless to say.
Oh
Look,
man.
look, which one was more important?
Let's go to the given address.
Well,
There, you will
Okay,
take
which
a
were the
car from
exams?
Sergei Karasitsky. Your job
did you
is
actually
to
study for your
deliver to the
exams?
Tiger Claws.
I tried a lot of different things. My friends did study groups. Like they would come from different cities just to help me study. They would have like a big whiteboard and like they would try to explain. I would zone them out very quickly. And but my friends tried very hard to get me to actually study. I just couldn't do it. My brain would not focus. It's not like literally
Just
they would
couldn't
come to my
focus.
apartment. They were acting bad because they were taking their time out of like they didn't have to travel all the way to where it was. You know, that was like their time. They had to all come up. There was like 3 or 4 guys that would come and try to help me.
Mhm.
And I just couldn't and it wasn't because it was hard. It was because I found it boring. Like I did like my mind would wander to anything else but that. I would start building stories, creating new worlds, and the school at that point just didn't seem that interesting. It got to the point where one of my anatomy professor, because you know him and I got along very well, he started including like fun fact questions in the test because he knew I at least would get those right.
Mm.
Oh, that's really kind.
He was a sweetheart. And then the one that I had, my teacher that I had, my anatomy teacher, I had 3 different anatomy teachers because the classes were divided into 3. So technically, we actually had 16 classes every semester. So I had the theory teacher, which is the one that, you know, they taught all the theory and like the boring book stuff. So he was the one that would put fun facts into his test. And then I had like the practical, which is, or like taller, which is mean like we would build stuff and like do presentations. So that teacher, I don't remember that teacher. I kind of remember her, but it's vague. And then we would have the actual one where we did practice, which is where we had like the cadavers and we could like operate in on these cadavers. So that teacher, I actually had a good grade on him because it was interesting for me to cut into stuff and like sew him back up. But you know, I also didn't study for his test, so those were failing. And to be able to pass, you had to have a 70 overall. So this teacher, he gave me 100 in his class, which I know I didn't have, so I could pass the other classes. Like I know I didn't have it. And my other teacher was so upset. Like the second one that I don't remember because she was like the boring. Like I had to give presentations. She was so upset because she knew I didn't have 100. Like because nobody else had 100 in that class, and he only gave 100 to the people that he liked. That so I passed to his, thanks to his grace.
Yeah, he didn't get fired or anything?
No.
Well.
Yeah. I mean, there were teachers that would literally change the grade of someone that they liked in front of everybody because they thought the girl was pretty. I had a teacher that. Yeah. So no, he was.
Let's see. If you had to type USA, which type would you give it? I don't know. Stereotypically ESTJ, maybe. Sounds good. I'm gonna grab me something that doesn't taste like Arrowhead water. I'll be right back.
I would give the USA ISFP.
Really? They are very fun.
Yes.
I guess the majority of the population would be around that, but if what's keeping society running in the US would be an ESTJ.
It's just like all I'm seeing from over here, like videos and stuff, are like ISFP types or like ESFP. But obviously, I don't see everything, but just the things that I'm seeing is like, I don't know. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna talk about that here.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. I understand what you're trying to say. You don't need to say it.
Thank you.
A surprise, Mr.
The USA, I think, is an ESTJ personality type because the results are more important, apparently, than anything else. Sticking with traditional values is important, but always looking to change for the betterment of the country. And when it comes down to personal feelings, bad. And that's overall the policy. And I think in terms of aggregate behavior, that describes the United States. Things have been not as results-oriented as of late. Things are getting a little out of control, but...
Are you from the Netherlands, Bone?
Sergey.
You're not
Who's
making any
Bone?
sense.
You know,
Oh.
like a pop-out
Is
cake.
Bone in the Discord
Except
server?
there's no cake.
I don't know,
There's
but
lots of
invite them.
blood.
Well,
And you all...
Bone,
Alex
you
Pushkin,
can,
Senior Assistant in Quality Assurance at Biotechnica.
What's a Corpo QA doing?
where's the
machine
Discord
tiger
server?
claws?
Is it in the description?
You work for Tiger
Yes.
Claws?
Is
I
it?
told them
Oh.
I would not accept their offer.
Well,
In
maybe.
Urchin's About section in his channel, it will
Hop
be
out
there.
before I change my mind.
I do not know what is going on, but thank you. You will not regret this.
Cookie Dough, I saw something for you.
What?
You got this job from Akako,
I
yes?
posted it in the
I will
thing.
pay her. She won't
Okay.
it, and neither will you.
Let me look. Hey, look.
You would be the last person to get bought by a corpo stuffed in a trunk. Oh, so I thought.
I'm sorry about you and Cowie.
Surprise me.
That's so cute.
Though I do suppose he who offers most shall get
Yay.
He looks very fluffy.
Oh, I do
Mm-hmm.
not mean
I want to take it.
No, sadly, he was outbid by another interested party.
Well,
Who
thank you.
knows what will become of him now?
Mm-hmm.
Quid pro quo v. Quid pro quo. Contract.
Ooh.
I'm looking for food. There's food outside, but I have to heat it, and that's just too much work, so I'm just gonna order.
Your food's outside?
Yeah, my mom gave me prepared food, but then she refused to bring it to me because she said, I made it, so you have to come get it. And I was like, this is fighting words, so I refused to go.
She's trying to start stuff with you today, I guess.
She is. She really, really is. Because it takes her 2 steps to get here. So I was like, yeah, I'm not about to do that. I'll just order food.
There you go. Order me some food while you're at it. And I would like some
I
kind
would,
of
but
giant
probably-
burrito with cilantro in it.
Cilantro.
Mhm.
It's the last thing I want in my burrito. I would, but you're not here, and they don't deliver where you are because you live in the middle of nowhere, so.
Mmm. Got me there. Alright.
I kept talking. I didn't know I was out of the Discord.
You did leave the Discord.
I did not touch anything. It just happened by itself.
Mm-hmm. That's what they all
Really?
say.
Women. Am I right?
Women, I tell you. Let's see here. It's a nice lazy Saturday today. Future videos. I conduct a interview with the only ENTP female I had ever met. And so that'll be a video. And also, with her limited knowledge of MBTI, asked her to type, or not type, to tier list some of the, or all of the other personalities in terms of ability to get along, essentially. Friendship-related things.
I wonder what it would be like if I did that tier list. I need to separate it between males and females. I wouldn't do it too. Is that allowed?
Anything's allowed, then it's YouTube. I can do whatever I want.
I know.
Except,
I know.
I don't even know how I'm supposed to submit a rating for this video because it's got Cyberpunk in the background. Like,
True love comes to die in Night City. Husbands cheat on
In
wives.
Cyberpunk,
Wives cheat
but
on
nothing bad
husbands.
has happened. So
Then they divorce
Well-
and talk behind each other's backs.
it's an adult game, and I've been shooting people in the game, so
But do not
don't you do that with other stuff that you've been in?
Today, I give you the
most of
chance
the
to
games that I put on the
help
background doesn't have that
such
kind of
divorcee.
violence in
His
it,
name is Mr.
so
Gutierrez, and he is
certainly
counting
not
us.
the same.
Of course,
Type
his
most
name
likely to
is
believe in bizarre
Gutierrez.
conspiracy theories like lizard people. I know a dude who played like 150, paid like 150 for a Zoom lesson on how to resist being controlled by lizard people. So it seems that when it goes that far, I have noticed that behavior in preferenced introverted intuitives. Specifically, I've seen that in INTJs for some reason, and I've seen that in ISTPs. Which is weird because the only functions they share in common there are, introverted intuition and extroverted sensing. But that is where I've seen it. And I don't think it necessarily eats up their life either. It's just something that it takes a special kind of person to want to pay $150 to resist the lizard people. Unironically.
Can you discuss how the interplay between cognitive functions and conflict resolution?
So, each function and conflict resolution?
Yes, like how would you say that they handle conflict resolution, like the personality types?
All that is, it's highly contextual. It depends on what the conflict is. There's not going to be some general blanket statement that I can use for each function to describe that.
Let's do something between, let's say, families that everybody can relate to. So, a parent with their 2 children that are misbehaving.
Okay. So is it something severe, minor, mild? So let's say it's an ISFJ. An ISFJ. They're just not getting along with each other?
They're not getting along with each other. They're making a mess and they're like acting up.
Okay, so if it's an ISFJ mother and they've been in a similar situation where they have seen that behavior play out in their childhood and what their parents did to solve that problem, and if it worked, then that's what they'll do. If that didn't work, then they have to try and come up with another way, in which case they'll probably go down the list of cognitive functions. So they're like, oh, they'll say introverted sensing. Do I have any personal experiences that can help me in the situation? If yes, and it worked, we'll go with that. If not, then we're going to move down to the next one. Try and use your extroverted feeling to keep calm and harmony in the situation. So a lot of ISFJ moms, if they don't have a pre-established memory that'll help them, they'll just try to placate both parties. Conflict resolution. And if that doesn't work, then they have to find they'll try to do their best to logic their way through what the issue is, maybe ask them questions about why is it that you're feeling this way? What is it that's upsetting you the most? Is there something else that we can do? Is there something else we can try? Maybe you'd be interested in playing with these toys instead so you don't have to share with your sibling. Those kinds of things. So I think in terms of conflict resolution, it depends on whether or not their preferenced function is good enough to handle the situation, and if it's not, they'll go down the list. So ISFJ, if introverted sensing doesn't work, they go to extroverted feeling. If for whatever reason extroverted feeling isn't going to work or it's not seen as a viable long-term solution, then they'll try to logic out what it is. And if that doesn't work, the ISFJ mom will say, wait till your father gets home.
Okay, makes sense.
So I think that's for all of them. You could kind of rationalize it that way. So if I have any problem in my life, I try to understand what the problem is. Whatever, like what's the core, what's the root, what is the truth of this problem, and then try to solve it from the ground up. Typically, when you, if like let's say it's two kids fighting, I can solve the symptom of a much larger problem. That the two kids are fighting over a single toy, then the surface solution to this, buy another toy. Buy a second toy, the exact same one. Now they both have their own. They don't have to share. Now that's going to cause some, of course, long-term problems eventually, especially if the kids aren't getting along and they don't know how to share. They're not flexing enough extroverted feeling here. And so I would want to solve the actual underlying issue is that, well, maybe we find out that the two siblings had a problem before. There was some argument that they had, some kind of issue prior to this, which is flaring tensions right now about sharing some stupid toy. So I would want to go into a much deeper investigation as to why these children are having a bad time. So because I want to solve the foundational problem. I don't want to cure the surface symptoms. But typically, I'll solve problems roughly the same way. Okay, we have a novel problem. Great, that's what I do. I enjoy novelty challenges. So I'm going to flex as much of my extroverted intuition in an attempt to come up with a brand new, unique solution that no one else had thought of that may or may not work. And if that's not good enough, then we'll move on to an introverted thinking approach to solving the children's issues, which would have been probably roughly similar to when an ISFJ uses introverted thinking to solve the issue. Do a investigation, get as much personal data as possible, and solve it that way. And then, of course, if that doesn't work, then I would move down to extroverted feeling and just try to placate both parties. But that would be a last attempt solution, given that I know that doesn't really solve anything. All I've done is made this moment or a behavior appropriate for them. They are rewarded for this by, instead of learning to compromise, which I mean I hate compromise anyway, but instead of even learning about the concept of compromise or learning to share or learning to find enjoyment that you have sacrificed something to make someone else feel better for a short period of time, if that's, I'm not rewarding good behavior, I'm rewarding bad behavior, and that will cause problems in the future, which I do my best to avoid. Let's see.
May I ask something, Arjun?
You may always ask something.
Is it annoying if I leave and come back in the stream or in the server?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Ban cookie dough from coming back.
Oh no, I like my cookie dough.
That was a joke.
I know. There's no way I'm gonna joke on banning her either.
Let's see here. We got 1 attribute point, 1 perk point. This mode automatically activates when you aim while at full stamina. And apparently it only works with pistols, revolvers, precision rifles, and sniper rifles, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that could be helpful. I guess we'll do that. Let's see. Is it uncommon for INFP to be super good at math, physics, IT, having trouble figuring out if someone I know is INFP or INTP somehow? So what's really neat about INFPs is that if they're interested in becoming a certain person, they have a lot of the tools required to emulate the behavior of someone else. So if they are male and they feel that to be a successful male, they need to get into more male-dominated areas of study. So, as you have STEM fields, as you said, or information technology fields, then they can do their best to study in that particular area, as long as it makes them feel good to do it. If they feel like they're accomplishing something, then they can, of course, utilize the extroverted thinking to absorb information. But with INTPs, they end up learning a whole lot of useless trivia, and that's what they end up wanting to talk to you about. Whereas an INFP wants to talk to you a lot about people's feelings, how they feel about stuff, and then ask you about how you feel about things. And usually what I'm looking for when I'm trying to figure that one out is I'm looking for an articulation of logic. I want to know their own personal, unique rationalizations for whatever questions I'm asking them. Which can be tricky without the years of experience dealing with both INFPs and INTPs. Is that Bob? Good afternoon, Bob. Ben, are you still here?
I am here.
Okay.
I was arguing with someone in the new arrivals chat that was having issues in the verification process.
We seem to have a lot of issues with that.
Do we?
Seems that way. More than I would have assumed. Yeah. The topic of today's stream is nothing. There was no topic. Although we started off talking about what personality type Jesus is, or was.
I honestly don't think we have a lot of issues in the verification process. I think that we have issues with the same type in the verification process. And the person that's trying to come in is a person that I had previously banned from the server, like kicked from the server.
I think it was.
And I already know what type they are, and guess what type they are? The exact type that we always catch in the verification process. Although they refuse to believe they're that type, they believe they're an INTJ or an INFJ.
I see.
Okay. Which I've said numerous times to them that they're not every time they ask me. So.
Bob, did you want to join the stream, or do you just want to kind of skulk in the chat box? Let's see. So, my technical ability isn't good enough to get through this door. Maybe there's a secret button somewhere. Bob's gonna skulk. Oh, can I go?
Where is Bob? Hungover. Bob.
Bob's hungover. Didn't even think that was possible for.
Why do you think Jesus is an ISFP? Never, Valor. I would like to hear that. I hadn't thought about that.
I also didn't go with ISFP for a personality type for Jesus. Hmm. What?
Hmm. We might have that person.
Wasn't that you, Ven?
Me.
Pretty
You
sure it
blame
was you.
everything on me.
Makes my life
No.
easier if I can blame you for it.
Quite the opposite, my good sir. I was the
Quite
one that
the
told her to
opposite.
stop.
Oh, gee, Manise. Wasn't expecting a robot to randomly attack me. Hmm.
I don't know what I want to eat, but I'm very hungry. Don't say pizza.
I would never say pizza.
That's what you always say.
Philly cheesesteak.
No,
Pizza.
that makes my... No.
No?
No.
There's a monster beneath me.
Hmm.
Can I, in mid-combat, change out my cyberware? Or my operating system deck? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Mm-hmm.
This mod cannot be installed up. Yes, the short circuit. I can do it mid-combat. Awesome. Body identified, enemies have been wounded. Yeah. Short circuit. That didn't do a whole lot, did it? Goodness. Okay, I guess we're safe. For the moment. Let's see. I don't know for sure, but I guess he's altruistic, truly feels what others are feeling. He would go around and actually do stuff for people and had a introverted, intuitive-like vision. Well, knowing what other people are feeling is, or having a desire to know what the feeling, or what other people are feeling, is a combination of introverted feeling and extroverted intuition. And so it's a tricky one, especially if Jesus was in fact a fictional character. And when you're trying to type fictional characters, there's, people kind of write them in these very inhuman-like ways. So that's a tough one.
I wouldn't say he truly feels what others are feeling at all.
Did he not?
Mm-mm.
No. How many different stories are there for Jesus, though?
I mean, I'm going not based off the Latin American Bible, like the King James, whichever one you want to go, it's the same. But if we're going off of the Bible, like the actual Bible.
Oh, there's many actual Bibles, that's my point.
No. Like the ones that there's only two. The King James, and then it was translated into the Latin American one, which is now the most used around, but it's still the same. It was just a different translation. So if we're going based off of the ones that are used, then no. Now, if we're also going based off the Quran, is that how you say it in English? I'm not sure.
The Quran.
That's also it matches as well. how he behaved in the Bible, so it wouldn't be very different there either. And even if you go with like the Protestant Christians, that was called, yeah, that. They only just took books out from the New Testament, so it's still the same Old Testament.
Well, as I like to say, anything's possible.
Yep.
If I can build a time machine or be able to manipulate quantum mechanics with my mind, I'll go back in time, see if I can do a one-on-one interview.
You are my favorite.
I am. That's good news.
I mean, if you're gonna go back and answer my question, then yes.
What was your question?
Well, we need to know what type he is.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what type he is.
Yeah, so if you can get that for me, I will be greatly appreciative of you.
Of course.
Not that I'm not now, but you know.
Let's see here. What other questions we have?
Welcome to today's local I'm Jillian Jordan. For the third consecutive year, Militech has been touted as Night City's best corporation to work for.
Not many.
This prestigious
Urchin, tell us some great things about introverted feeling. It's authentic.
such as 5 paid vacation days a year.
Bob is trying to butter me up.
It's authentic. I appreciate authenticity, even if it's coming from as long as we're on the same page of understanding that we're talking about your personal beliefs and how you like to express yourself. It's that congruency of action and thought with personal values, morals, what you think is right and wrong. As long as we're on the same page about that, then I'm mostly okay with it. And of course, if you're talking about abstract topics that go along with that, well, that's even more entertaining for me. So it's perfectly fine. Usually the only time introverted feeling becomes a problem is when I'm intimate, like where I'm romantically involved with that person. That's when things might get complicated. And that I'll want to come from a place of personal logic, and oftentimes they'll want to come from a place of their personal beliefs of right and wrong about doing something. And trying to, eventually coming to this impasse, and then someone has to give in to the other.
I mean, do you really? You can just always compromise.
I don't like compromise. It's my understanding that compromise means that there are two people not getting what they want.
Just like any good business deal.
Maybe. I don't much care for compromise. Now, if you can rearrange the deal that is beneficial for both, then that's good. Then they're both getting what they want somehow, maybe a little bit extra here and there. But straight up compromise, oof. Bleh.
I don't know. I don't really have issues with my relationships like this, so they're not that bad. I don't really have a lot of arguments, and it's mainly.
How many women have you dated?
Maybe logical. No, I'm talking about men, not women. I understand women might be different because I don't even have female friends, like a lot of them. Like I gained them once I was older, and even now, like the ratio of female friends versus male friends is still not on par.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't understand what you're saying. I can't really share your pain in relationships because it hasn't been my experience.
All right. Bone asks a great question, which is, to what extent do you think you can type a person solely by their appearance? Now, here's the tricky part, because the question that I want to ask is, what's stopping any personality from just dressing in whatever way? They got a wild thought in their head. Today I'm going to dress completely differently. And then you happen to catch that one person that one day who decided to dress completely differently. then all of a sudden you're going to end up typing them something that they're not, just based on their appearance. So in general, though, it might help as evidence towards typing somebody, but I wouldn't just say, okay, well, this person's dressing like that, most likely one of these personality types. I wouldn't say, oh, they're definitely that personality type. I would say, well, the way that they're dressed, they're let's say it's someone who's dressed in some kind of business suit, with the tie, and their hair looks good, and they're carefully well manicured, good shave, their fingernails are clean, and they wear nice shoes. Someone who's business minded, oftentimes that is an expression of extroverted thinking. Is usually how we would see that in kind of like this business world. They're walking down Wall Street, or you're on the streets of New York someplace. They dress like that because they're on their way to another business meeting. And so typically people in those positions have somewhat of a strong some manner of preference for extroverted thinking. So I mean, you could go that way. However, if you saw me one day deciding to fake people out, or just to not be myself for a particular day, and I was dressed up like that, well, it may give you the impression that I'm some preferenced extroverted thinker who's big into business, and that's what my whole life's about. And it's not. So the point that I'm making is that you could use it to provide evidence towards a personality type, but I would absolutely not do that, because the probability that someone's just dressing that way to be weird that day, it's too high for any degree of certainty. Not from me anyway. But let's take introverted sensors, for example. Introverted sensors dress like how everyone else is dressing. Typically, as aggregate behavior, they don't try to be super weird about anything. Maybe they'll pick a t-shirt about a particular interest that they have, but for the most part, they'll be wearing that same general theme of clothes. Now, you take me, for example, where everyone else is just wearing jeans, or maybe they're wearing yoga pants or whatever. I would go to the Walmart that I worked at, mind you. Hair is not done in any particular fashion, maybe a couple days of facial hair growth. I'm wearing this exact tank top with pajama pants, no underwear, and flip-flops. And I walk into the store looking that way. I do not look like many of the other people in Edgewood, New Mexico, that were going to that Walmart. I very much stand out, and I don't dress that way because I want to stand out. I dress that way because I'm too lazy to dress myself. And so whatever the most comfortable clothes are, that's what I'm going to be wearing. But that would be my typical dress. Now, if I went outside to try and look presentable, as if I was trying to get attention, well, then I will do my best to be eclectic about. I have my what I call the magician coat. It's the black thing that I put over myself. I like to wear that, but I'll wear jeans. But almost always I'm wearing flip-flops of some sort. Can't be bothered to put socks on, so just put the flip-flops on. Kind of thing. I would dress in ways normally that if I were to go outside with Ven, she would not let me go outside with her.
Yeah, no. And I'm someone that people criticize for always wearing the same clothes. Like, people at work would, like, gossip about, I would hear them pass, like, she wears the same jeans every day. Like, how would you know that? Jeans look all the same to me. Like, how would you know they're the same jeans? But yes, I would spend this, like, the same jeans. I would only buy one, because, like, why would you need a second pair of jeans? And then I would use them until they were done. Right? Once they had holes, then I would buy another pair of jeans. And even then, it would take me a couple of weeks because I kept forgetting that my jeans were ripped in my thighs. So I would walk around with these holes in my jeans.
You blew out the thighs in your jeans?
Yeah, the parts in the inside. So those were the seams, like when they were starting to get, like, very old, like, a long time, like, that's where it would typically be. So I would just walk around with holes in the jeans, like anywhere in the jeans, because sometimes it was somewhere else. And until someone pointed it out, and I was like, yeah, sure, I know I need to change it. But like once people started telling me very often, like, you have a hole in your jeans, I would be like, fine, I'll go to the store.
Yikes.
Something must have
Look,
happened.
clothes are not that important.
Familiarize yourself with the
I don't know if any type can be autistic. I would need to be in a... And of course, we're talking about what grades of autism. So, you know, I got like level 1, 2, 3, etc. It would seem, however, that a number of the higher grade ones, because I'd spent a lot of time around the special needs kids back in high school, and which was something. Anyways, a lot of them need repetition, and a lot of them would have these freakouts when things weren't exactly the way that it normally is. And then, of course, not being able to understand basic human conversation. And so I would imagine that if I went back in time, I would probably end up typing a lot of the higher grade autistic children as ISTJ, given their extreme desire for introverted sensing. But at the same time, I don't think that their brains are constructed in the same manner as your average human being. And so, as far as I know, the MBTI wouldn't really apply to them. So imagine just talking to a human being that could barely form words or, you know, coherent sentences, and they would require everything to be the same every day, and then have extreme bouts of introverted feeling to go along with it. So it's like their first two functions are introverted sensing and introverted feeling. And so I don't think that works in MBTI theory, given that they're not the typical person. Is it because you were one of them? Okay, she's got jokes. Do you think those with high extroverted feeling would not have autism? It would be kind of antithetical to extroverted feeling to also be autistic, especially having something like Asperger's. It would be the opposite of that. A lack of comprehension for extroverted feeling. So I wouldn't suspect that there would be high extroverted feeling. And if you found an autistic child who was just really happy to be helping people, it's because they felt good about being useful. And so that's why they would be doing it. They don't do it because they want to care about the well-being of other people. They simply do it because they're getting positive reinforcement from practicing that behavior. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Don't worry, I can disarm all these bombs. Wait, can I? INTPs are usually autistic but don't have introverted feeling? No. So they instead have a disdain for extroverted feeling, meaning that it's something they know is important, but it's too much for them to deal with. And so they don't end up practicing it as much, and that's mostly due to not just having extroverted feeling in the last position, but it's also because of the extroverted intuition. They want to live in this imaginary world where everything may go the way that they want to, or they're exploring these new ideas, these imaginary worlds. Imagining what it would be like to go into space and then see new planets, what kind of new alien life would be there. More studying the objective realities of a potential scenario. And so it's a combination of those two functions in their very specific positions that cause them to miss out on a lot of opportunities for social growth. So how does that play into the emotional outburst? You were saying that it's connected to introverted sensing and introverted feeling. Now, what I was saying is that what it looks like when you're dealing with a level 2, level 3 autistic child, they have a strong preference for things remaining the same. They don't like change at all. And then when that happens, they have these strong outbursts of emotion, very strong. So it's as if these autistic children of those certain grades have a strong preference for both introverted sensing and introverted feeling. So they call it blind spot because that's what some other people called it. Those terminologies for function positions, that's like straight extroverted thinking. I think they're cringy. I don't call them blind spot. I don't call them demon. I don't say parent or child. It's some kind of, it makes me cringe. Like we have numbers, and you can just use those. We don't need to give them these fun little nicknames that might confuse other people further. We don't need to do that. I just say first position, second, third, generally speaking, when I'm getting more clinical about MBTI, but I use my own terminologies that I think are a little bit more accurate. I say, for the first position, I say the lead function because it's in the lead. You can't misconstrue that. And then the second one is the active function. I say that that's the one that we consciously want to use. We have the option to turn it off, but of course we would prefer not to. And then we have the third function, I say the advantage function. We will call upon this function if it has an advantage, if we believe that there's an advantage to using it. And then for the fourth function, I call it the disdain function. It's something that's there, you know it's there, you just would rather not use it at all at any cost. So those are my terms for those functions. And as for the numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, I just number them. I'm not sure what would be the most accurate description for them, so I just number them.
Look, Fee, it's you in the near future. Every net runner ends up the same way. Brain fried by some corpo ice.
Looks like he's still breathing.
Let's see. So can people turn their second function off? If yes, for how long do you think? So I use that term very loosely when I say turn it off, because obviously you can't just shut down parts of your brain to get rid so that you can stop using a function. What I mean to say is that you turn it off by simply not expressing it. You'll still have the thought in your head of whatever that function is, but you can choose not to express it and then perhaps jump to another function. Typically you'll jump if you decide that you don't want to use the second function, you'll typically want to use the third. So and for how long? Until the use of that third function is too much, until it's too tiring. Now I'd like to think of myself as a more experienced extroverted feeling person. I've been around for 36 years. I had a relatively unique childhood that forced me to use it a little bit more under pain of pain. And so even though I've had many years of using it with great success, getting the things I want, getting people to do the things I need them to do, even I get tired. And so especially now that I have I've been trying to turn this YouTube stuff into a hopefully a business or a career for the rest of my life. That would be great. I have noticed it taking a toll on me because you really have to placate a number of people. You have to search for words that are neutral, or words that you're fairly certain are not going to offend someone, as you don't really want to cause many problems in the community. That gets tiring, because there are a great many other things I'd like to say that I absolutely know will drive people away. And it gets tiring, and so sometimes you just shut down You stop responding to messages, and then you sit and play Cyberpunk by yourself for hours on end to get away from the people. So as I understand it, 1 through 4 functions are what you're aware of, whereas 5 through 8 you're much less aware of. I don't think that's the case. I think that in many cases, especially to people that know nothing about MBTI, they are not aware of how often they use that first function. They are not aware. It's so naturally ingrained as a part of their life, they just assume that that's how they're supposed to be living. Like it's a normal thing. Many personalities don't even realize that other people don't think that way. They just assume that everyone, like, so let's say you're an ISFJ, that's one of the most common personalities. They live in introverted sensing, and so oftentimes they believe that everyone else believes that, and they get very irritated when someone's memory isn't as good as theirs. They think that their super high preference for memory is the standard for humans, and anyone that doesn't do that is they oftentimes consider a moron. and then the RBF starts because they have to deal with what they think are morons all day. So oftentimes that I think that if you were to ask them about the kinds of functions that they most of the time use, you'll end up finding that most people will answer with their second function. They'll say, so in the case of an ISFJ, if you were and this ISFJ would know nothing about MBTI, and then you listed off all the functions and in a relatable real life examples, they'll say that they must lead their life with extroverted feeling because of how often they placate, and then or either that, or they'll say that they have to reason out or logic most of the time, or that lately that's what they've been doing, and so maybe they have a stronger preference for those functions. Now, I think that once someone understands the functions, they can start picking out when they're using what functions, if they decide to focus on it. But overall, I think that people are more aware of their second and third function use and not as aware of their first one. When you become rich and famous, are you going to use that money to take care of Ven since she has done so much for you? Well, I will take care of her in that I will make sure that she's employed. By me. Ven, how do you feel about full-time assistant?
I'm nobody's assistant.
We'll start you off at $200K a year, full health benefits, but you have to virtually do everything for me. So it's kind of... No. This man is going to ask me to put his pants on Bob and shower him. Like, we're not doing all that. For $200K a year?
Can I hire people to be my assistant?
As long as it comes out of your paycheck, then yeah. Hire whoever you want. So, okay, so, you $200K a year, and then you spend $80K of that to hire 2 more assistants to, do other things for you. So you're still sitting on $120 a year, and you wouldn't really have to do a whole lot.
I don't think so. Bob, you would be my assistant. Yeah, I don't know. I would want to be with you. You don't need to pay me, but I don't want to be responsible for anything. Because I'm a free spirit. You know this. Having to work for someone means that you expect me to remember things. You expect me to keep a schedule. You expect me to stay organized. It would be like working, right? Like right now, this is just more of I'm with a friend. But the moment if this becomes my livelihood, I have to work for it. And then, I like to wake up late. Some days I don't like to work at all. You know what I mean? Like, this about me.
What I heard is that there are 2 women that want to get paid to do nothing.
No, I didn't. Wait, when did I say that? I never said that I was gonna work for you. I never said that. So don't try to say that there's two women trying to get paid for nothing.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that you know how I am, and I think that you would benefit from someone that is more organized and that can actually help you more.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. But if you want to pay me to do nothing, be my guest. I'm over here being a good friend and telling you why it's not good to hire me. But you
Okay.
take that. Yeah.
Now, I have known some INTJs that also say that they were typed as autistic, and that's typically, you know, like level 1 autism that they can usually get trained out of.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, we're not, and that would be the extent of that. And some self-diagnosed with autism, that's more common these days.
Two seconds.
Let's see. I have a dying family member I care about, but it doesn't really bother me. Is it normal for ENTPs to celebrate someone's life instead of grief? I imagine that if you are 15 years old, that it's probably not going to bother you. You may not have that much of an attachment to the old folks that are still around when you're that age.
Give me one moment. I don't know how long
But usually just for the sake of others, you would at least pretend to grieve with them, do what they want to do, depending on your age.
Can you switch on the lights?
Yes.
I
was ready for
what
a game
else?
of twice for yes,
But of course,
once
it's always
now.
better to celebrate, let's say, someone's birthday rather than
Fine work.
celebrate their funeral.
Birthdays are boring.
They certainly can be, huh?
So,
Urchin, buy some ISTJs and make them do the work. Well, I could do that as well. It depends on the kind of work. Like, I need someone to schedule things, but also have an understanding of what it is that I'm doing. So, because I need to potentially rely on their ideas and management skills
I'll think about it.
for the future.
She really said buy some.
So-
like slaves.
Buy some. No, it's... Ben doesn't have a birthday. It's some kind of genetic defect.
My birthday is a very well kept secret because I don't like when people say happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Ben.
I do not like you.
Just because.
Stay away from me.
Let's see, no, not celebrate funeral, but celebrate them for who they were, and I will act like the others. I don't know if it's normal. I don't.
That sounds like an ENFP. Like an FI user, by the way.
When someone passes, it's generally supposed to be a somber moment because, of course, they're gone and they're not coming back, and you don't know where they went, if they went anywhere at all. It's something to ponder. But if you feel like celebrating the life that they lived, you go ahead and do that.
What you're witnessing right now, Nico, is FE at its fullest. Now, I will say, like, Urchin is not about to go ahead and be like, yeah, I think this is the ENTP. No, an ENTP doesn't do that. Like, this is why people believe ENTPs are a certain way that they're not, because those, like, stereotypes are a big thing. Like, an ENTP is never going to be like, yes, I'm gonna, this is going to be my thought process. Most of the time, they're just trying to placate the others and make sure their harmony is consistent. Now, what you're saying, totally something I say all the time. If I'm at a funeral, at my funeral, everybody knows it has to be a party, and nobody's going to be crying. I mean, I'm already dead, what are you guys going to do? So, I don't believe in, like, people in funerals and crying. I think, like, we're just supposed to celebrate what they did in life, because what's the purpose now? They're dead. Like that's my thought
Grim.
process on it. Now an ENTP is not gonna tell you that. Or really think much about that. And that's too much in the realm of a personal opinion for them.
Netrunner level 20. Secure the area, use of force permitted. Can do. Contagion, please. There we go. Why does it take 90 RAM to get these guys?
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's okay, I can infect one to get the other. This is bad. Very bad. That guy did not want to go down. It sounded like a grenade. It was. Also, I don't think focus mode is working. I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be doing. I thought it was going to slow down time or something, but so far I haven't seen it. Yeah. ENTPs have feelings too. Everybody has feelings except maybe ENTJ. That's right, Bob. You gonna throw a grenade?
I think there's a big misconceptions about ENFPs being these feeler people. At this point, I am convinced that most people that say are ENFPs are not ENFPs.
Yes, and I've said this before. I have not seen... now, I've been around ENFPs. I have lived with them for many years. They're not overly emotional people. They're more analytical about people's feelings. Maybe even their own feelings when they take that. Usually, anyone with a strong preference for extroverted intuition usually finds themselves to be boring, and they're more interested in other people. Just, at least in their thought processes. They're more interested in that. And so I don't come across too many instances in which an ENFP is being overly emotional. Now, I have known some that are in really bad places in their life, and they can maybe be a little more pessimistic about things. But in terms of just spending a lot of time bawling their eyes out for no reason, that's not something that I get to, that I'm privy to. Jeez.
Yeah, if you have to wonder if an ENTP is human or not, then maybe it's not an ENTP. And like that's
What are you trying to say, then?
Well, because ENTPs, anybody with FE, they're gonna seem so naturally into trying to understand people. Like, for example, let's take Bob into consideration, right?
Okay.
When something happens in the server, what does Bob do? Is Bob arguing with someone? No, she doesn't. She starts, why do you feel that way? I see. Well, do you think that maybe because this happened, this could have been why you felt this way? And then the person's gonna be like, yeah, maybe. So ENTPs are not going to actively going out of their way to be assholes. Like, they're not going to be going out of their way to be rude or mean to people. They actually do the opposite. Like, for me to get urgent to say something negative, we have to be alone, and it has to be bothering him all day about the same thing.
I'm a public person now. I can't just be out telling people what I think.
Yeah.
I can't be out doing that anymore.
And neither does Bob. Like, you guys, unless we're alone, you don't really tell me what you truly think. Like, they will not just tell people what they think, especially when they're older, right? The younger, maybe they'll be more analytical about it, but they still would definitely employ that FE. So if you're wondering if someone is a little maybe too out there to debating someone and they just enjoy it and like it, maybe the possibility is way too high that they're not an ENTP at that point.
Most likely very young. So when I was younger, when I would employ extroverted feeling was to avoid some kind of pain, or I wanted someone to like me. And so if those two conditions weren't met, then I would essentially tell people that they were not very bright. Anyways, Bone had a question that we passed up. Would SE, so extroverted sensing, generally live like live a nomadic lifestyle like extroverted intuition? Extroverted sensing cares about what's practical and what's actually going to be useful for them. Jeez, this is a tough one. So, if it's practical for them to live a more nomadic lifestyle, like let's say they picked up a trade, some kind of a job where they just need to keep moving to get more and more money, then they'll do that. But they're interested in doing it because of the money, not because they just want to see a bunch of new places. It's because there is a practical, logical benefit to doing such a thing. So can they live a nomadic lifestyle? They absolutely can. There just needs to be a good reason for them to do it. Seems to be this common misconception that thinking types don't have emotions and feeling types don't think. Yes, and once again, I not only, about 90% of the MBTI community does not know how MBTI works. They assume it works like this. You take a test, then identify with whatever you want to identify with, regardless of what you got on, for whatever you typed as during a test. And then tell other people what type you are without having any functional knowledge of MBTI whatsoever. So most people, when they hear that someone's a feeling type person, they get the impression that, oh, this person's all about their feelings all the time. Even though if you go outside, how many people are just so broken down with their own personal feelings that they can't get anything done? You're not seeing that a whole lot out in public. Typically, those kinds of people don't even go outside, especially when that's going on with them. So it's definitely a part of the misconceptions. Let's see how Sir Shaddock has made it.
Hey, Shaddock. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. And
don't forget to like and subscribe.
Those typings for $20.
I do them for donations.
$3.
Donations. And if you would like to donate $20, that would be super helpful, and I would absolutely type you.
You can submit the application.
Jeez. Gonna have to stay away from... I have to lure these guys into other positions because they just like to spam grenades. Because they're main folk. Can't even see in there. Goodness.
Oh, this woman is everywhere.
She is everywhere.
Would you try it?
Would I try it? Things to not talk about on stream, Ven. That was one of them.
I didn't say what.
Don't have to.
Would you try cheesecake? Like, do you like cheesecake?
I
as
love
well?
cheesecake. I would try cheesecake because I've already tried cheesecake, and I would try it again.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Women.
That's a great question, Shadow.
Let's see. Have you discovered a method to convince they're not an INFJ? Yes. A great method is to explain to them the cognitive functions and what they look like in certain positions. And that is the best way I've been able to convince certain types that they are not that type. And believe you me, doesn't always work.
The answer is no, Shattuck.
Jeez, these guys just have 1,000,000 HP and they have infinite grenades, which is my favorite part about the game. They just like back to back threw 4 grenades because they thought maybe I was moving up. I just don't like how much I'm playing it on a very hard difficulty as well, in case anyone's wondering.
Yes, I was wondering.
And we're gonna catch a weapon glitch. Bah. And my quick hacks really, which is weird because I've put so many points in the quick hacking and it's not doing a whole lot of... What is this? They just chucked 4 grenades. Just, goodness. Man, the potty mouth on... Okay, apparently there was poison there, and even though I didn't see the animation for it. Awesome. Contagion, contagion. Okay. Is that gonna work? That did work. Take that.
Someone asked us the other day, and maybe you can answer this question.
Maybe.
What strategies can types use to strengthen their tertiary and inferior functions?
Alright, say that again.
I'm struggling with my tongue, so it's gonna be... I'll try.
Okay.
What strategies can types use to strengthen their tertiary and inferior functions?
Strengthen them.
Yes.
Well, use them. Use them. So, what separates someone from having a strong preference for a function and from someone who doesn't have a strong preference for a function is that they have had so much experience using it, they end up picking up on these little tips and tricks for using that function. So the more you try to apply this function, the more benefits there's more moments in which you can find benefits for using it that you can now acquire and then use moving forward. So obviously the best thing you can do to strengthen them is to use them more. So here's an example. Extroverted feeling isn't the very top on my list of cognitive functions that I would preference, but from being forced to use this, I have learned certain techniques for pretending to be pleasant company while, let's say, not even paying attention to what the person's saying. You start to pick up on inflections. So when a person finishes with certain key phrases or with a certain inflection, you know to actually pay attention for a moment and say, oh yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Things like that. And so now I can I can present myself as this pleasant kind of company that's listening to what you're saying, even though I'm certainly not. And believe you me, I've gotten called out on that more than once. Still, people that have talked to me for a long enough period of time know when I'm paying attention and when I'm not. It doesn't work on them. But that's an example. And so now I can flex extroverted feeling a lot more easily because I've got these little tricks that I use to maintain the facade of being pleasant in conversation and that I'm listening and paying attention. And so now using extroverted feeling isn't really that difficult whatsoever. And I've taken that function and now I use it for a whole lot of stuff. And it's very important now that I'm running this MBTI community. I got a YouTube channel and I've got to make sure that people want to keep talking to me. So little things like that.
My goal is to get Urchin to use his FI more, which he does from time to time, and he doesn't like it. He's very adverse to FI. But I enjoy when he uses it.
Where you got to, coward?
How many bad guys are left?
What you got?
Oh, there's one down.
Say it again, Cookie Dough?
Oh no, I read a comment of Poison Ivy Tree, and she says, or he, I love boba tea, and I love boba tea too.
What's boba tea?
It's like,
Just ask what's boba tea. We're gonna have some boba tea, okay?
I'm not familiar with boba tea, so
It's
help
the one
me
that
to
has
help
tapioca
you.
pearls. It's the one that has tapioca pearls. Like those little black balls in the bottom.
Not familiar.
No? This man is from California, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I've also never surfed, so...
1 second, sweetie pie. Give me a moment. I'll find it for you. A picture. I have a boat.
I'm sure that a description of it would work just as well.
I did. It has the black tapioca pearls in the bottom. Most people would know what that is just by knowing that.
I see.
That's why I'm.
I usually get the fruit ones, not the tapioca ones. Like,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. They go like pop in your mouth.
Goodness.
Yes, they're too sweet for me, so I don't get those. But yeah, I understand. Okay, Urchin, I posted it in the voice chat.
Thank you.
Voice chat.
Let's see if I can find it. It'll be dark for a moment because Ben forgets that I can't just do that.
Well, sir, I can send it wherever you want, but if you need to see it.
Nope, I got it.
Okay.
Bubble tea. So it's not boba tea, it's bubble tea.
It's called boba tea, but people call it bubble tea too.
I've never seen it before, so.
That is so weird to me because I don't think I know many people that don't know what that is. I've never seen it.
I'm not as cultured as you, Ben.
No, I mean, it has to do with culture. It's about going outside and leaving your
to
world.
Experience the culture, yes. That is what I was getting at.
Poison Ivy, are you talking about Cookie Dough or me?
Bone says that his male friend likes boba tea. Does that make him gay? I have no idea.
Yeah, Bone, it's not about us hating cats and preferring dogs. It's about, and just the maintenance and attention, is cats are just evil creatures. They're
That's
just
true.
terrible. They climb everywhere. They put their paws everywhere. They always have an attitude. I mean, if I wanted a pet with an attitude, I would just get a woman.
You heard it here first, folks.
What's your take on it, Archie? Don't you agree?
About cats? Yeah, cats
Yes.
suck. Cats are the
Because Bone is
worst.
saying that they require more attention and maintenance. Like dogs require more attention and maintenance, and cats are just chill and you leave them alone. So it would be better for a pet as an ENTP.
A cat?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have a dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why would he want something purring in his lap all the time?
It's therapeutical.
It's annoying. That's what it is.
No, it's not.
At least dogs have some usefulness, you know. Maybe if it's like a big dog, you know, they bark and they can feed off the offender sometimes, not always. But at least they're kind of like an annoying alarm. A cat? What's a cat gonna do?
But it doesn't need to do anything. It's cute. That's all it
No,
is.
we don't want something just because it's cute. Give me useful.
I love this dog.
I'm getting flashbacks to Adele calling me useless.
Well,
I mean,
Adele has his understanding of things, and he says some stuff sometimes.
I like Adele.
Good.
you just like everybody. Like, it doesn't matter what someone says, you just like them.
Oh, that's not true.
That's not.
If I dislike someone, you will not know.
Okay. That's good. So, Shattuck, I agree. Most men cannot express their emotions in different spaces, which I understand. But I like when men express their emotions to me. Because I understand the part that they cannot do it everywhere else. So if they do it with me, I'm like, okay, that's like good. I like it. I appreciate it. Because I know they're not just going around telling people about their emotions. Now, if it's a man that just goes around and tells everybody about his emotions and that's all he wants to talk about all the time, then I'm like, okay, dude. But if it's a man that's like, you know, it's not common for him to do those kind of things because it's vulnerable for them, then I do appreciate it. I'm not going to judge them.
Balance is important.
So, I know that cats can be caring, but I think you guys are missing the point that we don't care if a cat is caring. It's cute. It's just not what we're looking for in a pet.
Well,
I don't know, Arjun, what are you...
you have a pet, not like an employee or something. It's your...
For me, gotta be useful if I'm keeping you around, and then having food to feed you, I have to feed you, bathe you, give you shelter, clean your poop. Oh gosh, like there has to be some usefulness to you for me to do all that work. Because then, if I'm your employee at that point.
What do you think of a fish? Like a goldfish?
I've had fishes, and I really like fishes because fishes are very smart. So, because they surprise me, I like them.
Fishes
They don't bother
are
me.
smart, she says.
Yeah, hey, my fish was the smartest pet I've ever seen. And I say that with no understanding that dogs exist, and that they're very smart, but hey.
Uh-huh.
Look, Urchin, if you would have met my fish, you would have been surprised by him too.
Could it do a trick? On command or
Yes.
something?
Yeah, like my
I don't
fish knew
believe you.
exactly. Hey, my fish, here's the thing, I have a terrible memory, right? So I'm not gonna remember when to feed my fish. My fish on the dot would be like, he would be in a specific corner, and I knew he wanted to, food. So I didn't have to remember to feed him, because he knew when to feed himself. And it was always on the clock, and like always at the same time that I was supposed to feed him.
Hmm.
My pet knew exactly the moment that I would enter my house. He knew when I was coming home. Like, he would wait for me in his corner as well.
I see.
My fish, if I was talking to him, he would stop wherever he was going and he would come to listen to me.
Oh. Well, that's good.
It doesn't have to do it. Wait, it doesn't have to do anything. It's cute. Cookie dough on women. That's exactly what I meant, Shadok. Like, women are actually the inferior gender. They don't add anything. All they can do is like.
What?
and then the stream got shut down. It's like, well, you know, it's bound to happen.
I'm kidding. Now I want boba tea.
How are you feeling today, Cookie Dough?
How I'm feeling? Well, it was a roller coaster today.
Oh, was it? Tell us
Definitely.
about your roller coaster.
I feel like I have to translate from a different language to your language.
And here's a question. All the years we've all experienced, which function do you find the most valuable? Probably extroverted sensing, I think. We live in a very physical world, and so being attuned to that often has more benefits. What do you guys think?
I sometimes feel jealous of SE users.
Yeah.
Yes, not envy, but like, I'm like, why can I not do that? You know, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
Reboot optics really doesn't do anything. It's unfortunate.
Awesome.
What function do you see as least valuable?
We all know which one.
In terms of raw use from me, it was introverted feeling seems the least valuable to my life. It doesn't seem as relevant.
Are you calling me irrelevant? No, I'm kidding.
No, just me trying to use the function. Not everyone does 12 hours of screen time daily. Some people do, though, for sure. Wow. It's amazing how little damage my quick hacks do on very hard difficulty. I'm actually kind of impressed at how little damage it does. Wow. And I'm completely surrounded. Oh boy. This is not gonna work. Oh, got stuck. Ow. Let's see. Oh. Ah. I figured that most animals use introverted sensing and introverted feeling, it would seem. They go with what they know works, and if they don't have any information on that, then they'll go with their instincts, what feels like the right thing to do. Gotta take these guys out super quiet, as to not alert the hive.
A beehive.
Indeed.
Urchin.
Yes.
Would you... Would you rather be pushed into a big bowl of tomato juice and then being put on pizza dough and then being put in the oven? Or would you rather be pushed in a big bowl of milk and then being eaten as cereal by a giant?
That's it's very morbid. Well, if you were put in the oven, you are likely to pass out, fall unconscious, so you don't get to experience the bad thing that's going to happen to you. Of course, you would most likely be dead by the time the oven was done, so... But that's a very... yeah, although it might be faster going the bowl of cereal route, but...
Exactly.
It could be faster, maybe, but if they start at, like, your feet, legs, thighs, you know, and then working their way up, yeah, you're gonna be feeling all of that.
Well, I thought if it was a giant in a bowl of cereal, I'm assuming there's gonna be many, you know, humans inside. So it'd be like just like a crunch for us, you know? And Shattuck, I saw Hispanic woman talking. You want to eat dinner in my house? How many choices you do? Yeah, if I go to a man's house to eat dinner, I typically end up doing some chores for some reason. It's just a Hispanic way.
It's just the Hispanic way.
Mm-hmm. You have to be useful, Urchin.
You gotta be useful.
Mm-hmm.
I am great at conversation. That's where my skills lie. It's conversation.
Oh.
So hopefully that's enough.
For me to do chores in your house?
Maybe I'd make you food, possibly, maybe.
That's enough for me.
Good.
God.
Taking the Lord's name in vain, are we? Doesn't sound like you.
I wasn't being disrespectful.
I need more MBTI questions. We have 50 minutes, less than 50 minutes left in today's stream.
Okay.
So help me out. Or you can watch me play Cyberpunk. It's one of the...
A question.
Alright.
Okay.
Which type is most likely to be a Disney princess?
INFP.
Oh, that's INFP.
Yay!
Most of them are INFPs.
It seems that way, yeah.
I think the only one that we have seen that might be something else was Encanto, right? What was she?
Encanto. Maybe she was an ISFP? Maybe. I don't remember.
So what are the signs of an underdeveloped or overused functions in MBTI, like in a type?
Overused?
Or underdeveloped?
Underdeveloped.
Like, would it make it harder for you to type someone?
Often I see that they're on the right track, but they're not able to complete the thought. So An example would be, okay, we get a lot of ESFPs that want to believe that they're ENTPs or ENFPs or anything like that. So I'll say, okay, tell me about the abstract topics that you have interests in, and they'll be like, and they'll say something. Oh, I just love abstract topics. I'm so interested in like science and this and this and that. You know, things that exist as forms of thought rather than tangible things that can be experienced. And so I'll say, great, tell me more about that. Then it's deer in the headlights, and it's I just think they're interesting. I'm like, thank you. That was no. If you have a strong interest in something, you know what you do. You go to find out more about it. That's how we know that you have a strong interest in something. So yeah, it's a lot like that. Let's see. What are the limits of MBTI? I think there's a lot of limits to MBTI. So, for example, I don't recommend that you use MBTI to try and find your soulmate. Don't do that. That is not a good thing to do. There's many other factors that are involved in having a relationship with someone, and you can't just say, oh, well, we have these functions in common, therefore this is going to be great. Like, that's not how it works. There's a lot of conflicts in any particular function. There's going to be a possible number of conflicts. So, for example, if you have a preference for introverted thinking, and then you decide that you want to date someone who also has a preference for introverted thinking, what ends up happening is that at some point, you're both going to have your own personal logic on the matter and decide, and you're both going to think that you're right, even though you have completely different understandings of the situation. That's going to cause problems. Same goes with, let's say, extroverted sensing. If you have a preference for extroverted sensing, and you decide to date someone who also has a preference for extroverted sensing, you may decide that these kinds of activities that you'd like to do are, you both have separate interests in the things that you want to do. So that's what I tell people, is that when you're looking for a relationship, don't look for common cognitive functions, look for common interests. Because I think that two people that may not even share a cognitive function can come together and have pleasant memories with one another doing something they're both interested in doing. So that is one particular limit on MBTI. I think that the best thing to use it for really is job placement. What kinds of careers should you consider getting into based on your cognitive function preferences? That's what I think is a good idea. Let's see. Have you used MBTI knowledge of someone to manipulate someone? Absolutely. How to manipulate an ENTP? Well, the older the ENTP is, the more difficult it becomes to manipulate them. They have a strong preference for people, and not that they care about people on some kind of deep emotional level. They care about controlling them. They treat life as a game, and getting people to do what you want is just another mechanic in that game. So, how to manipulate an ENTP? Tell them what they want to hear. Find out what that is. Do that. Make it seem as if you are oblivious. Never reveal how much information you have on them. That's going to color the whole relationship. If you know something about them, don't inform them that you know. Keep that to yourself. You're going to need that you have to fake them out and make it seem as if you don't have as much power in whatever your dynamic is, whether it's friends or something romantic. Let's see. What is a...
I have issues with that statement.
Okay.
Because that means that the ENTP is always going to have a barrier between them and any relationship. So how are they really going to be happy?
I don't know if ENTPs get to be happy. I don't know if that's allowed. Jesus. how can I manipulate myself to get things done? I would try, as an INFP, I would try creating your own little imaginary world where you're, let's say you're the savior of this foreign land and you have to accomplish these tasks to save these people. What do you think about that?
That's actually what I do sometimes. But it's not sustainable to me.
Well, if it's not sustainable, well then you do it in short bursts.
Okay.
ENTPs are secretly emo. I don't think they're secretly emo. I think they're just emo.
Ven's got jokes today too.
They're Elmo.
Are you not? Prove me wrong.
Am I? Do I seem emo? Do I dress as such? Apparently, a wife beater is the new black, I guess, these days.
Emo's not just about your dress. It's about your state of mind.
And you think my state of mind is emo?
You just said ENTPs don't get to be happy.
Yeah, they don't get to be happy. It's more of a neutral. At best, it's a neutral state of being. But being bored is not a positive. Being irritated, doing the same things over and over again, that's not a positive state of being. I don't think it makes you emo. I think it means that you experience more negative than positive.
You need to change that.
Hmm? Alright, we're gonna try this again. Apparently I didn't save it earlier. Some bad.
Dad, I don't know if we missed any of your questions, but there's one that says, what is a practical MBTI use for average Joe Sally?
Practical MBTI use to find out where you need to be career-wise.
Well, he just said practical MBTI use for the average Joe.
Like, well, it depends on what they're going to be interested in. I mean, are you interested in controlling people? Knowing what to say, what not to say? I mean, it certainly helps when making friends. Know what subjects to talk about, which ones to stay away from, which ones... And most importantly, you can know what subjects are going to bore the people you want to talk to and which ones are going to excite them. I think that is something that works for using MBTI.
Oh gosh, MS, your question is funny, and I will let Urchin answer it because I already know his response.
All right, let me...
Can ENTPs succeed in working in finance? Which department would be the most suitable?
Can ENTP succeed in working in finance? Which department would be most suitable? So that's funny because of someone that we had talked to before who who claimed to be an ENTP, but also has been working in finance. I think that if you were to be in the field of finance where you're actually doing the finance work, that's probably something that an ENTP is going to be very bored about. And if you have to work there, then your job is going to be mostly shoving off work to some, other people to make it more tolerable for you, possibly even fun. But I think human resources, if you are forced to work in such a place, human resources is probably your best bet on that front. When ENTPs are often annoyed, angry, etc., would you consider that their introverted feeling, even though they're usually annoyed by logical fallacies or appeals to authority? No, like getting frustrated over something is obviously introverted feeling. Getting angry is introverted feeling. Experience extreme joy, that would be introverted feeling. Feeling feelings is introverted, is going to be some form of introverted feeling. Now, and when it comes to the whole logical fallacies or appeals to authority, those, as I was growing up, that's why I had such a problem with extroverted thinking, and then I would question that extroverted thinking on the regular. And that would, of course, irritate mostly teachers. That's mostly the people that it would irritate. But after experiencing it for many, many years, it starts to grate on you a little bit. And then you start disassociating with people who have a strong preference for it. So it's still very annoying, and I do my best to stay away from it. Apart from entertainment, what would be your favorite sector? Does he mean their favorite sector for, or what would be,
I believe so,
their favorite sector? Or I don't know. Anyways, what would be your favorite sector for ENTP? So a favorite sector for ENTP, unfortunately, that is entertainment. There's many there's many forms of entertainment. I mean, there's of course, you know, like doing what I'm doing, making YouTube video content. You could of course also do podcasts. You can create stories, like be a writer. You can get into less than savory professions. What else? Video games, creating video games. That's another form of entertainment. There's all kinds of, even like creating ads, let's say, making movies, things like that. There's so many different forms of entertainment. But yeah, entertainment's a very broad category, and so there's no reason why an ENTP shouldn't shoot for some form of entertainment. You should be shooting for that, if possible.
Hey, if you get more comments on this chat, does the algorithm do something?
Yes,
Okay.
it's hard.
Can everyone that's watching type strawberry, please?
Type strawberry.
Okay, don't get the cutest thing.
I tried
We
writing
love
stories, started 100, finished 0, 25% at most. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I have a story that I've got a few chapters made of, and I've rewritten it a number of times, so I relate to that. Currently, I had sent the 6 chapters that I did make to Van, and she said she was going to read them, and then she didn't. So.
I am going to read them. I promise I am. I am going to read them.
Yay!
Yay!
You understand that.
Exactly.
Like, what I do in his Discord like takes a lot out of me. Like, for me to do something, I need a lot of energy to do it, and it's just. If I'm on a Discord talking to people, that means that my attention span is currently at 0. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I need to bring it back up to do actual work.
Of course.
So, I mean, you should expect this from me, Virgin. Like, I do my best.
I appreciate you doing your best. Thank you.
Does this mean that people are not watching? Because they're
I'd
talking.
imagine that most people, if there were a number of people tuned into this, they're listening and not able to type anything out or just don't want to. So it's the thought that counts, right?
Yes, I
Okay, yeah, these two characters are in fact meshed together. Got it. Okay, well, we're gonna see if I can't. Are they both going to walk towards it? Oh, that is weird. That's not supposed to happen. Imagine that. If they stay there for long enough, I can try to overload it. It's not giving me the... It's currently under the effect of a quick hack, and so I can't mess with it. There we go.
Show yourselves.
After the break, we asked experts.
Yep, that's just kind of how I expected this to go down. Bob's playing Cyberpunk as well, so I don't expect a whole lot of questions out of her. Are there some other bad guys I missed? Wow. Anyway. Another lazy Saturday stream. I hope everyone had some measure of fun. Cookie Dough and her weird questions, and Ben trying to put me down at every turn. That's what we do here.
Oh my! I do not try to put you down at every turn. Plus, you must have missed it. It's been 2 weeks of me not talking with you, so.
I do remember.
You had to have missed it just a little bit. You can admit it.
Oh, do I have to?
Well, I would rather you use your authenticity.
I see.
Well, he did, and the answer was no. He did not miss it.
Well, I certainly missed not needing to read a text box to get a response, so that was nice that you came back.
I'm a little disappointed right now, but it's okay. This is my FI acting up.
Is that what it is?
Yes, because I was a little sad with that response. I expected something else.
What did you expect?
I expected some sweetness out of you. How does the inferior function emerge in times of stress or growth?
How does it emerge?
Yes.
There's actually a fun list on Myers-Briggs.org that talks about a type that's particularly in a very specifically bad place. I mean, how it would need to be happening is that someone's extremely overwhelmed, and that they need to somehow escape from their primary functions being used, and so it can that inferior function can kind of crop up a little bit and start screwing with your life, and usually it's in some very odd ways. As a matter of fact, let me let's find what Myers-Briggs says on that, because I want to see if there's any congruency there. Let's see. Type development. Is that what it is? No. Dynamic processes. Stress leads to overuse of the dominant process. Yes, so this is what I normally tell people. And that is, when an animal is stressed out, it wants to go to what's comfortable. They go to what's familiar. And so oftentimes when we're stressed out, we go even further into our primary processes. But it says here that when we experience everyday stress, like a flat tire on the way to work or a sick child that needs to be picked up from school, we tend to lean into the area we feel most competent in, our dominant process. If we rely on it too much, it can be overused at the expense of other processes, causing an imbalance in the psyche. Overuse of the dominant process comes through in an exaggerated way. We become caricatures of our best selves. So what does the dominant process look like when it's exaggerated? Okay, well, we don't want that one. We want to look at the inferior processes and what they look like when they're... There we go. Let me bring this over. Here. Everyone can see that, right? Okay. So we got extroverted sensing here. So what does this inferior... What?
We only see Cyberpunk, by the way. Okay, there we go.
You only see Cyberpunk?
We can see it now.
Okay. So, what does the inferior process look like when activated? So if you have extroverted sensing in the 4th position, so that's your INFJs and INTJs, obsess over external, small, unimportant details, overindulge in sensual pleasures like overeating, overdrinking, etc. See environment as hostile and dangerous. So that's, now granted, not many of us have spent an overly a large amount of time with either INTJs or INFJs. Now, of course, I did that for you so that you didn't have to. And this is true. And that's when they're, stressed out. Inferior process and stress. Under extreme stress, such as illness, fatigue, physical or psychological trauma, and major life transitions, the inferior process may emerge without conscious intention and attempt to overpower the dominant and auxiliary process. This can lead to a person feeling in quote, the grip of his or her inferior process. They can feel that way. We are left with baby driving the car. They use the car analogy for this. The inferior process is everything opposite to the dominant process. It is like Dr. Bruce Banner, dominant process, and the Incredible Hulk, inferior process, or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So, yes, under some very extreme stressful moments, whether that's physical or psychological stress. So when it comes to INFJs and INTJs, this is absolutely something that I've seen. More specifically, this part here. Not as much seeing the environment as hostile and dangerous. I'm sure that if I had thought to ask them that, I'm sure I would have gotten some strange responses. But in this particular case, this, yes, external, small, unimportant details. I have absolutely seen that. So introverted sensing in the 4th position, so that's ENTPs and ENFPs. Obsess over internal unrelated facts or details, tunnel vision, uncomfortable turning inwards, so may withdraw and become depressed, focused on imagined physical ailments. Now, this one in particular is something that I have had a great many years of experience with. Focus on imagined physical ailments. That, absolutely. Extroverted intuition in the last position, so that's ISTJs and ISFJs. Let me scroll down a little bit so you can see it. Lose sight of details and facts, impulsive behaviors, worry over multiple possibilities, too many options, catastrophize the future. So if you hang around ISTJs and ISFJs and they're way super overly stressed, they can do this. Now, I've known of an ISFJ who had a lot of physical problems in her life, and when she gets thrown out of whack really, really badly, she will take a solo trip to Disneyland. If you can imagine such a thing. And I was like, really? You went to Disneyland by yourself? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, you didn't take a boyfriend or, to bring up just any friend with you? No, I don't need him. I'm like, so what did you do at Disneyland? I went on a couple rides, but I mostly drank. I was like, great. So, impulsive behavior. Saw that. Introverted intuition in the last position, so that's ESTPs and ESFPs. This we experienced very, very recently. Specifically, this one here. So we had what we have mostly come to believe. I was trying to decide between ISFP and ESFP. Lean towards ESFP. We had an ESFP who it was very clear was not in the best place in their life. And they, so it says here that wild fantasies and visions of impending disaster, of course, catastrophize the future, attribute meaning where there is no meaning, come up with extravagant visions of unseen forces of cosmic proportions. And that is something that we experienced during a typing session. How many days ago? Like 2-3 days ago, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It was very clear that this ESFP was not in a good place, and this is very clearly what we were seeing. So, fun stuff. Extroverted thinking in the last position. So this is for the INFPs and ISFPs. Overly critical and negative toward others, judge others harshly, quick to take action to try and control / correct their own imagined incompetence, which often backfires, making the problem worse. Now, I have seen that in my. I of course have had an INFP friend for many years, and I've gotten to watch that behavior over the course of several years. So this works for me. Introverted thinking in the last position, so that's ENFJs and ESFJs. Overly critical and negative towards themselves. Depressed and withdrawn, feeling inadequate, all or none judgments, obsessed over seeking absolute truth. So there aren't too many you really have to get to know ESFJs personally to see this, and I imagine it's the same for ENFJs. However, when it comes to having a strong personal relationship with an ENFJ, I've really only ever met the one in person. I've talked to some others like online, ones that I believed were ENFJ. So they don't like to showcase themselves in any kind of negative way. But with ESFJs, you really got to know them on a much more personal level. Otherwise, they're not going to share this part with you. But the introverted thinking, overly critical and negative towards themselves, they definitely feel the that level of inadequacy. They, of course, get depressed. The last one that I saw get depressed, she went from 250 pounds to 155 pounds over the course of, like, I'd swear it was maybe like 4 months. Just wouldn't eat.
I wish I was a depressed ESFJ.
Just refuse to eat. Extroverted feeling in the last position. So this is your ISTPs and your INTPs. Use logic to an extreme in an emotional, obsessive way. Hypersensitive emotional state in relationships, strong emotional reactions, loss of control. Now, Ven, have you ever met any ISTPs that may have not been in the best place in their life?
They are, to me, I would put them in get away from me ISTPs. I cannot stand an ISTP that's going through some emotional turmoil. They're just too much. They're crying all the time. They're complaining about their feelings. Like, get it together, man.
Ven has been complaining to me about ISTPs and showing emotions a lot. She's complained to me it's probably been like 2 months worth of complaining about how ISTPs are oftentimes, we talk to them in the Discord and they seem like these weirdly emotional wrecks. And I keep telling them that a lot of people that come to my Discord aren't always in the best place in their life. And so, although we can type someone as an ISTP, they can sometimes lose control of their introverted feeling, where it's normally very much under some kind of an invisible thumb. But if they're not in a good place, they can have these kinds of reactions to things. Introverted feeling in the last position. So this is your ESTJs and ENTJs. Hypersensitive to emotions, feel emotional, but try to control it. Afraid of feeling strong emotions and try to hide it. Now, I've been getting some real life experience with this one because my grandfather is, of course, 86, 87 years old, and we don't know how much time he's got left. And of course, understandably, he's very stressed out. He's worried about so many things, and it's not great for him. And so you can see this very specific behavior, my grandfather being an ESTJ. And so you can see this very specific behavior in real time. Especially the trying to do his best to hide his emotions. And it's very obvious that he's not hiding it well. It's just that without a stronger preference for the perspectives of others, he just thinks that what he's doing is good enough. And so that's that's where he's at in real time right now. So that was, I'm not sure why we were talking about that, but yeah,
we were talking about inferior functions manifest. But I will say, if the ISTPs that we've met actually use logic to an extreme in an emotional obsessive way, I would be okay with it. But it's not logic that they're using. They're using it just depressive and emotional state. Like,
Sometimes they get that way. I keep telling people, and I tell Ben too, that the two personality types that I have witnessed experience the most depression are ISTPs and ISFPs. They seem to experience it the most. Out of all my 10 years of doing my own personal research, conducting my own interviews, my own experiments, it was ISFPs and ISTPs that got the depressions. So
I think that's why I find them the most annoying, because to me they're just so irrational with their emotions. It's like, how can you not control your emotions, dude? Come on, keep it together. Like, I try to understand them, but they get so also snappy with others, because it's almost like they want others to behave a certain type of way, and they're just so self-absorbed in like whatever they're feeling that they believe whatever they're feeling is the right thing to do or the right way to feel, and everybody else is in the wrong, so they try to lecture you. Like, I'm not don't try to lecture me, you're not my mom, my dad. Like, so they go in these type of things to try to like lecture other people, especially like the ISTPs that I've seen. It's always them telling someone why they believe they're wrong, and it's like, why is it your job to tell other people why you believe they're wrong in such a fashion? So,
Well, then you're wrong.
okay. Thank you.
Got him.
I appreciate it when you tell me, though.
Yeah, no problem. You can count on me.
I always do.
Secure the area.
So, security.
I'm trying to secure the area, but I don't know where the rest of the bad guys are.
You know, I'm trying to secure my life, but I can't.
But I can't.
No, I can. I know I can.
I believe in you, Cookie Dough.
Yes, thank you.
What are the unique strengths of each cognitive function within the MBTI framework?
Within the MBTI, what?
Framework. So for the 8, which one I like? Oh. What are their strengths?
What are the strengths?
Yeah.
Let's
try to stay
start
with the negativity.
Right, so the strengths therein. So I mostly view MBTI as the negatives in people. So this will be new. Let's start with the thinking and feeling ones. So introverted thinking, the benefits there are coming to a personal understanding of a situation where you personally have figured out all the little A to B to C to D, to watching the dominoes fall logic, and then having that personal understanding obviously has its benefits. You can fine-tune a solution, be able to think it through so that it actually ends up working. So that's a great benefit there. Extroverted thinking, getting quick, efficient results, having an excellent ability to gather accredited information so that you can apply it and then move forward with your life. So that's super positive. Introverted feeling, it's about authenticity. Knowing how you feel about certain things can obviously be helpful. You don't want to force yourself to be doing something or to be in a situation that makes you feel uncomfortable, because that's going to cause problems later on. So knowing how you feel and being authentic with yourself and other people has its benefits. Extroverted feeling, getting people to like you, to be considered pleasant company. That doesn't really need a whole lot of further explanation. It's generally a very good thing to know how to maneuver in a social situation to get everyone to like you. That's, to keep people together, make sure that harmony is the supreme attribute in a social circle. That's just a whole lot of positive overall. So that's good. Let's move to the sensing functions. So introverted sensing is about memory. So being able to apply or adhere to traditions that have worked for hundreds, if not thousands of years, there's obviously some benefit there. You don't have to think about it too much. You just know what everyone else is doing, what everyone's traditions are, and then just following the traditions that you know for certain will work. Granted, there may not be a whole lot of room for innovation thinking that way, but at the same time, you know that, or at least having at least feeling a certainty that tomorrow will be exactly like the day before, it does bring a level of comfort to some people. And so, keeping that stability and consistency, those of course are generally, being stable is a positive thing. Extroverted sensing, being able to react to your environment. Life is an unpredictable, messy, chaotic type of existence, and being able to functionally react to what's going on around you, there are some positives there. Obviously, if you were a hunter in the woods thousands of years ago and you didn't know what was going to come around the corner, being prepared to react near perfectly to whatever that situation is, obviously a great survival attribute. So, and that's pretty good. Let's see, moving on to the intuitive functions. Introverted intuition, the positives there seem pretty obvious. You are very focused on your personal success, your personal growth. You're wanting to move forward and up at all times. That having that kind of focus, in a stronger position, that's, of course, it's amazing. Absolutely. You can get your goals accomplished. You're able to organize your tasks efficiently and reach wherever it is that you're going. And that's overall positive. Extroverted intuition, I'm trying to think of the more practical So there's the extreme positives that come from extroverted intuition. New ideas, new possibilities. That's where the inventions come from. That's where essentially where innovation comes from. All the kinds of inventions that we have for today's society was born out of extroverted intuition. It was someone who had this imagination of something that hadn't been created and was then invented. And then someone took the initiative to follow this idea, grab some other people, come together and see if they could make something work. And so I think that's probably the most blanket, best thing I can say about extroverted intuition while trying not to be negative. Innovation, invention, coming up with unique things just for the sake of trying something new. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of failure, but there's also going to be a fair number of success in that. So I think those are my positives for the 8 cognitive functions.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Cookie Dough, I will no longer have you as my favorite person in this Discord.
Uh-oh.
She called me a fembot.
She called you what?
She called me a fembot.
That's a joke. That's incel language.
It's incel language.
Oh my gosh, Navarre Valor. That is the best comment of the day. I'm gonna screenshot this and put this in the wall of fame of comments.
What's the comment?
Oh god, this is amazing. I will make a Discord chat just to post your comment in the wall of fame of comments. So this is a new trend we're starting with you, okay?
Navarre Valor. Who's that?
I don't know, but I appreciated their comment.
It's a mystery person.
What comment is it? Where is it?
Let me read it to you.
Okay.
So Navarre Valor says, as a new user, it is hard for me to trust your credentials when you look like a dorm room college kid. Can you possibly put on a tie for your next stream so I can believe everything you say? Thanks.
I'll be honest with you. I don't own any ties.
I didn't think you did.
What is
Poison
this?
Ivy. Are you in the Discord? Because I would like you to submit an application for yourself and your INTP friend, and your typings will be free. Meaning I will pay for them.
Why? How do you know that? Maybe they want to pay themselves.
Well, I mean, if you want to pay yourselves, you can. But if not, if you cannot, I would
Please
invite
pay
you
yourself.
in an application.
Do it yourself.
Whoa.
Okay, well, Cookie Dough has spoken.
Cookie Dough,
It's
are you in a bad place in your life right now?
Cookie Dough overly worries about me. That's the problem with Cookie Dough.
What?
You overly worry about me.
It's not overly. It's moderately.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
Are you a millionaire or something? Like, why are you paying for everyone?
I'm not. Mom doesn't do. This is like the kid in like school. Bring someone else. I like to do it because I'm actually looking for an INFJ, female or male, for a video. So I can't put them on a video if I don't actually know their type first. So we need to type them and then put them. Kind of looking for.
I
them.
can pretend to be an INTJ if you want. Okay.
I don't think you can achieve the level of an I necessary for this.
It's
Not to be rude.
to have a lead preference for introverted intuition is extreme. It's not just, oh, I have this thought about being this person maybe way later on in my life. It's you turned 18, you decided to get employed so that you can save up money so that you can go to this college first so that you can then go to another college later, and then figuring out while you're in college which jobs you're going to be applying to so that you can work and go to school at the same time, and then somehow in the interim find a way to sleep. And then get exercise
that sounds like me.
in while you're at it.
That sounds like me. Sounds
Oh
like
yeah, it does. You're messy.
It's very extreme.
You're overly emotional self crying because someone, said something that you thought was a little bit sad and you felt for them. Very, very INFJ of you, crying for somebody else's feeling.
Oh, I did cry today.
Why not
Like
you
every-
did? You cry every day. Oh yeah, imagine an INFJ just crying every day. Like that's not gonna happen.
That is not.
I'm not
gonna happen.
depressed though. Like I mean, I'm pretty happy.
No, I know you are. I understand that just because you cry doesn't mean you're depressed. I get it. Trust me. We use the same functions, but at the same time, an NI user is not going to do that. Like people, we have to stop perpetuating this belief that NIFE means that you're this special empathetic unicorn that cares so much about the emotions and feelings of others. That's not the case. That's FI. You need a FI to do that. They don't have it. So, yeah, you could not be an NI user, Cookie Dough. I'm sorry.
You just can't do it.
I would love to tell you that you can do anything, like parents lie to their kids, but that's not.
All right, what's another question?
Oh, at 7.
What?
1 second. No, I was looking at the time. Give me 1 second. I'll give you another question.
Great.
I think Shadok is calling you an ENTJ, man.
Oh, he's called me an ENTJ?
I guess.
Please. I am an ENTJ. My TE is unparalleled. My structure for my achievements and my goals and ambitions. I work all day, every day. Ask Urchin. I'm always working, as he says. I mean, that's all I know how to do. I work. I don't take breaks. While I'm working, I'm eating. While I'm
You're
working,
working right now?
I am working right now. Yes, this is work.
Oh, really?
What?
And if she doesn't, her synapses will fry soon enough anyway. I am counting on you, V.
Look, Urchin has told me numerous times, Ben, you're always working.
She does work a lot. Comparatively to me.
Oh.
Jeez. Well, looks like we're doing this.
Urchin Bona's asking if you believe in Santa.
Do I believe in Santa? No. But Santa believes in me.
Okay. That settles that. Why don't you believe in Santa? What's wrong with you?
I'm just jaded like that. Apparently there was a bad guy behind me that whole time.
Do you see why I believe he's emo bone?
Wait. Because I don't believe in Santa, I'm emo? You can
This is one of the reasons.
try and explain that one to me.
Well, if you believe in Santa, that means you have a certain type of like magic,
What?
you know, wonder, and any user should have that imagination to be able to imagine this
I
bearded
also
man.
need some evidence to suggest to me that there is in fact a magical obese man that comes down through the chimney to deliver free gifts.
He's only obese during Santa, like during the Christmas night. Like his belly grows for Christmas. Okay. I don't know if you've seen Santa Claus, like the Tim Allen movie.
Santa is demonic. If you spell Santa a different way, you spell Satan. Like, I actually believe it comes from this pagan ritual, and now it's just made into this fun holiday. Like, I've seen a very convincing video once, but I don't know if I can find it, but it was very convincing to me that... Oh, never mind, I don't know. Anyway, okay, Shadok, you called me an ENTJ. He called me...
I would say Ben is emotionally easily offendable. Well, it depends. If I care about the person, I'll be offended. If I don't, then I won't necessarily be offended. Or more funny to me than offensive.
Snippy. Snippy.
I am sleepy because I believe that I'm always right, and what I believe is always right. So, in turn, I think people are not the brightest, and I will make that known because I lack extroverted feeling. So, I'm trying to work on it. I was gonna ask something urgent, then I forgot.
That kind of catched.
What?
She's drunk now.
My Dutch is constantly coming through. I don't know why.
Did you just throw her in the trash can?
No, I tried to jump off the side and it just kind of drops the character when you fall.
Like,
So
no,
that was
I thought
not
you were
that was not my intention.
Can someone throw me in a trash can, please?
I will, Cookie Dough.
Women.
Thank you.
Okay. There's not a safe way to... I'd have to go right back through. here.
Who is Bone? Like, do I know Bone?
I do
You
not
don't know
know
who
Bone.
is.
It's familiar, the name. Like, I don't know.
Alright, we're gonna see if I can...
Oh, there's someone there.
See if I can't get her out through the way I came, because there were stairs. Oh, that's not gonna work either, because I had to bypass the door. I couldn't pick it. So...
Well, there has to be a way to get her out.
I'm gonna try to go through the stairs. And hope that I won't encounter any bad guys.
I mean, you can put her down,
Or
pick her
the-
back up.
Okay. I don't want her to accidentally get shot while she's on the ground or something, so... NC resident. Okay, it's a child. Alright, looks though we might be home free here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
May I please have some motivation
Oh,
to go to
goodness.
work tomorrow?
Your last question, guys. Send them on.
Yes, oh my goodness, it's past the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Didn't realize.
Oh, you. Again, don't forget to submit your application. Poison Ivy Tree, please. Bring your INTP friend. I'm very excited on meeting. I like INTPs a lot. If you're over the age of 18, of course.
If you're over the age of 18, that's important. We tried doing typings, you know, like 17, for example, and it's just... When you start asking them about how they spend their time throughout the day, it's just, you know, yeah, I go to school. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So, doesn't really help.
Well done, my dear. I am pleased. As
Anybody
this
have any last
we
minute
will be in
questions?
touch. Contract closed.
I think that's all of the last minute questions, Ben.
Okay.
So,
well,
once
perfect.
again, I thank everyone for showing up. I love reading out your questions and answering them. Remember to like and subscribe. It helps with the algorithm, supposedly. I'm not 100% on that. And we will see you next Saturday. I'd like to thank Ven and Cookie Dough for being with me today. And say bye,
Yay.
girls.